Уважаемые участники, могу я вас...
Dear participants,
Потому что буквально минута, и мы начинаем. Вы вновь с нами. Хорошо. Но я все равно здесь буду стоять.
Пока садятся.
Investment Sabantui,
Форум «Бизнес», который тоже...
and the Business Sheriff forums that has proven to be
Ну и как все предыдущие годы,
very effective, just like we did last year. We are not going to listen to reports only, we are going to participate in the discussion, and if you
вопросам-ответам.
have any questions, please feel free to ask them. We will have a Q&A session. In the end, we have many
Возможности.
guests here, many participants, so we need to use this opportunity to talk face to face in an informal situation, so please make sure to use this chance.
С нужным человеком спасает, это правда.
Sometimes a photo with the right person can help out the situation.
Вот, верно, некоторые делают. Есть время.
Yes, you're right. That's the time for selfies with the entire whole. You can really set the scene here.
Ну и самый главный пункт.
The most important thing is the live streaming. We have many
Есть возможность,
TV channels shooting us.
ездили, Александр Васильевич, мы
When we were playing the
жующих, ковыряющих носу мы не
humorous game,
это правило тоже.
and Vladimir Maslякov, the host of the show, always advised not to shot somebody who is chewing something. So that's why make sure you are all set.
Почетные гости, дабы знать точно.
We have honored guests here, and they want to really be into what's happening at the site, at the venue, so that's why they're on the tour right now.
Итак, коллеги, давайте
Dear colleagues, it's time we began. I am happy to see all of you here in the capital city of Bashkortostan, Zauralya. My name is Ravil Vatulin and I'm the head of RBK UFA. Today we are going to cover a very effective and efficient conversation. It's the fifth time we hold
именно форум по бизнесу.
Zauralya Investment Sabantui, and it's the third Business Sheriff Forum. For the first time, it was a regional forum. Last year, it was interregional, and this year, it's international. And I guess the next year, it will be global, because both friendly and non-friendly states will participate.
За эти годы
Over these years, the entrepreneurship and the investment climate in the Republic has improved significantly,
каждого из вас
and you are the reason of that.
вливанием у нас больше
In terms of the investment,
исторический максимум, которого
we have reached the historical maximum, which has never been seen in the Republic of Bashkortostan before. The number of entrepreneurs grown by 6%. It's more than 136,000 people. Despite of all the challenging years, your work has resulted in such significant and outstanding results that you should be boastful about. Now we are going to talk about how we can improve these values even more.
форум,
To start our today's forum, I would like to do the following.
всю программу форума
Now on the screen you're going to see the QR code that you can use to download the
смотрите на все изменения.
program, and it's changing dynamically. Make sure to keep up. I'm going to start with the question. Your opinion is very important for us. So let's take part in the poll. What support measures does the business need now? You are business sheriffs, you work in the field, so to say, and you know what's happening, what's going on. The first idea is the financial support. Second option is property support, like privileged rent or
Инструменты
usage for free. Information and marketing,
правовая
human resource training, legal support, or you can use your own ideas, you can indicate your own ideas.
результаты на экране.
And we will display the results of the poll on the screen. Please take your time to choose the correct answer that you find correct.
Лягут в различные документы.
These results will be introduced into the resolution of the forum and will be used to help entrepreneurs.
И налоги, различные другие.
And because these activities will benefit in profits and taxes and budgets and many other favorable things on the planet Earth.
Удалось?
Have you managed to do that?
Что делается?
What are you doing?
Вы, наверное, пользуетесь айфоном
You must be an iPhone user.
или Авророй.
It's better to use an Android or an Aurora.
Режиссерская группа, давайте попробуем вывести ответы, которые есть на данный момент.
Dear technicians, can we display the results?
Всего хотят предприниматели.
What is the biggest aspiration?
В первую очередь 60%
We see that 66.2%
выкуп в рассрочку.
of entrepreneurs need property support, such as privileged rent,
Важно, ну вот для
leasing, or free usage,
депутата здесь тоже присутствует.
and other
Товарищ Шмелев, поэтому
answers are distributed equally around 10%.
используем
Our committee will use these
принял участие.
results of the polls. Thank you very much for taking part. I'm going to give the floor to the next speaker
Достижению
whose KPI includes the development of entrepreneurship. I'm giving the floor to Rustam
Хамитович.
Muratov, the first Deputy Prime Minister of the Government of the Republic of Bashkortostan and Minister of Economic Development of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear Ravil. Thank you for giving me the floor. You probably mentioned a lot of what I was going to say in my report, and I was apprehensive that you were going to cover it all. So it's the third forum of business sheriffs, and it's a tradition for me to open this event. The key objective that we maintain is to summarize and conclude the intermediary results of our republic's development, invite participants from different regions and countries. I am happy today to emphasize that our forum has an international status. For the Republic of Bashkortostan, it's important to move forward. It's important to learn about the best practices, to learn about the needs of the business, to learn the faults that we allow. Under the head of the Republic of Bashkortostan, Radi Habirov, we are always honest with him on what we have to do, what challenges we face, what problems we face. And we are trying to adopt the best practices from different regions to deal with this. You know our guests. We have the new Minister of Entrepreneurship and Tourism. And I'm happy to see such brilliant heads, such brilliant managers and leaders in our ministers. We have friends and colleagues from Kherson, Tambov, Moscow, Ingushetia, Crimea, Belarus, Iran, Uzbekistan with a distinguished delegation, Belarus. Dear colleagues, welcome to the third International Forum of Business Sheriffs. I would like to say one more time that it's no accident that our Zaurali Business Forum is arranged in Sibay. Sibay is a small town. And a small town is a traditional, normal thing for any region and for any country. We wanted to get distracted from big, beautiful buildings and developed infrastructure and really focus on the challenges that we face and on such small towns as Sibay. We are working very closely with the investors. We introduced the municipality standard. I started working on it in 2012. It was the first municipality standard that we issued. Back then, it was a cutting-edge innovation. Only 3 regions of the Russian Federation at the time were working on such a document. I may be mistaken, but one of the regions is the Arkhangelsk region, Republic of Bashkortostan, and Tomsk or something else I might have forgotten. And it was a novelty because back then even the federal investment climate standard was a novelty, leaving alone the local standard. But we really undertook a sensible approach to forming the investment climate in the region, and we have adopted this document. And that's why I can conclude that we are going the right way, and such practice is adopted everywhere. As Ravil has already said, the growth in 2018, the value has grown to 289 billion. Over the last 5 years, the value has grown by 3 times. It's one of the reasons for that is the liberal legislation for investments. That's why it's so important to build a sensible dialogue with the business. The dynamics of investments that we face in the Republic of Bashkortostan can't help giving a positive assessment. The dynamics is 154%. On average in Russia, this number is over 120%, around 126. And these values are very favorable for us. But we are apprehensive of the next year in the end of 2024, because every year is a new challenge. Maybe you remember the last intention of Vladimir Putin is to find our internal reserves, our internal resources. It's important to boost our internal performances. I am convinced that the internal resources of the region, of your competence, it's very important, because on the federal or republic's level it works differently. But it's very important to build up these reserves and these resources within the municipality. We reduced by 3 times the time that it takes to rent a land plot. And I must say that despite of a very strong and sensible approach of the head of the Republic of Bashkortostan to investors, we were giving them lands for rent years ago. In the end of the last year, we presented the program for protection and encouragement of investments. I will tell about it more. Radi Habirov ordered us to develop this program and present it. Half to 90% of the government actors were very surprised and apprehensive. We explained our position that if we want to encourage investors, the minimum sum of investment can be 1 ruble. The budget efficiency is not needed, doesn't need proof anymore. My colleagues from the Ministry of Finance really didn't share this idea and weren't on the same page with us for a moment. But what I want to say is an investor and a businessman and entrepreneur knows best what they need for their enterprise to improve. Historically, we are now facing the lowest unemployment rate. We cannot provide our investment projects that are planned for launching with the necessary human resources.
Не поломаем всю систему
Unless we
связки,
rearrange this human resource training structure,
цель по
it's our next
и развитию экономики
goal.
именно такую. Говоря о программе защиты,
Speaking about the
тогда добить
program for protection and encouragement on investments,
плату, трудовые ресурсы, бюджетные
we need to
требования к сумме
revise the sum of investments, the job creation rate, the budget justification, the business plan, the agreements are no longer needed. We have only one document, which is simply the presentation of the project. It's the only thing needed.
главное, что мы
The most important thing is that we
регион,
sign
федеральный
agreements with our investors. We are pioneers in the
документ,
country.
по крайней мере, от республики про соглашений только 2.
The Republic of Bashkortostan offers 2 agreements. One of them,
3 мы от него отказались.
we used to have 3 agreements, but one of them was rejected, and now we have only 2 left. One of them is signed with UMMC.
С инвесторами подписываем
Now,
документ,
investors and the Republic of Bashkortostan sign only one agreement, is an agreement on protection and encouragement of investments.
мы подписываем дорожную карту со всеми
We sign roadmaps where we establish all the obligations. It is made under the
дневных
protection of the head of the Republic of Bashkortostan. We still have some problems. About 10% of land plots
приоритетов приходят.
imply challenges because
Да, можно.
sometimes municipalities offer lands, but it turns out that
Особо охраняем.
these
Там у нас.
lands are not very suitable for businesses.
Мы сейчас разработали для вас инструкцию.
We have developed a manual for you, a declaration for you that municipalities can be guided by when they are allocating land plots for investors. What we have concluded is that
Как сказать, да, инструмент.
the most important tool
Главное для инвестора.
for the investor
Вот здесь было, никто просто это не
is something that
скорость.
was mentioned here on the slide. It's speed, it's time-saving tools. When the legislation is favorable, it's okay. But it's very important to implement and bring to life the investors' ideas quickly. That's why we want to emphasize that we can do everything that is within our powers
Сейчас в том числе и скорость строительства.
for allocating land plots quickly, for completing construction quickly.
Для них
We are ready to meet our investors halfway and construct all the facilities they need within a short time period. You have heard about the very famous project with Amkador. It's Amkador Agidel.
требованиям технических
This facility complies with international requirements, and you can see it in the picture.
20 сентября
On September 20th, we established the foundation, and 9 months later, it was already operating.
то есть это в снег, в зной,
Despite of any unfavorable weather conditions, despite of snow and scorching hot summer, under the guidance of the Prime Minister, we managed to bring this project to life. Now we are facing the second project, it's Amkador Alga, who will be specializing in production of special machinery such as agricultural machinery or utilities machinery.
АК-1 групп по выпуску
Now we have AK1 Group as our investing partners who
коллеги на нас выходят.
make parts for batteries. We have agricultural partners from Belarus because they see the Republic of Bashkortostan is eager to meet the investors halfway and help them implement their projects. On the 26th,
Или форум межрегионального
we are going to have the meeting with Uzbekistan. Vladimir
формулировки.
Putin
Он едет
is running around his international tour, and he's going to meet the leaders of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Within this agenda, we are inviting the regions and delegations from Uzbekistan.
Пакистан,
We have Karalpakstan, delegation.
Два региона, Ташкент,
Last week we
четко понимаем.
received 2 delegations. One of them was from Tashkent. And all these regions come and see that our republic is capable of implementing projects. I speak a lot about Bashkortostan
Такую затравочку того, что
for you to be intrigued,
в регионе реализуем. Но
for you to be aware of what we do in our regions. But I am sure that the regions that have come here today also do a lot. One more interesting tool is also related to speed and quick response.
есть инструмент,
We have a tool which was borrowed from the Russian Export Center.
высшие учебные заведения,
It's the
объединения
emergency
на предприятиях
help
и на
for
предприятии делают
enterprises. A crew, a team, visits an enterprise and analyzes the challenges and faults that these enterprises have.
на внешний рынок. И это
They assess the potential for the enterprise to enter the international market
лучшая практика российской.
and issue a list of guidelines and pieces of advice on what they can do. Speaking about business sheriffs, I have faced a lot of skepticism about business sheriffs because sheriff used to be a word that was perceived
Да, и
as an alien one, but now it's our
могут быть они называться пора.
vision, it's our term. These people can be called differently in different
Экономики и кто
regions. Business sheriffs used to be deputy ministers
кроме как ну не
or heads of municipalities,
предпринимателя и
but we realized that they have to focus 100% of their time on their business sheriff's activities. They really need to be focused on what's happening in the business life in the area that they're in charge of.
в вашей деятельности
They need to really focus on that.
вот
And these are the
уже от вас нам
fields of activities
получается
of business sheriffs. And I guess it's time that we get offers from you,
бизнес
because we developed our support tools
на свою
based on the ideas and needs of the business. It's the business who came to us and told that they needed this structure to be rearranged, this structure to be reconstructed. So business sheriffs are responsible for finding out what should be undertaken additionally as extra tools.
инвестору, чтобы у него была
We provide
в банк.
lands to investors for the investors to pledge this property in the bank to get a loan.
У нас остался вопрос, пока не согласован.
We still have one issue to settle
Просят, чтобы мы бы хотя бы оставили здесь маленькую сноску при наличии
because
проектного финансирования.
it's important for the bank to
То есть мы
make sure that the project has sponsorship, but it's not something that we are aspiring, even though we realize why banks do that.
дала результатов по подписанным соглашениям.
However, our approach resulted in 3 times more agreements over the 9 months last year than in the entire 2020.
Лицо. И мы
So this is a very outstanding result, and we haven't faced any unfaithful investors yet. That's something that we have indeed.
к сожалению, количество
Unfortunately, dear colleagues,
вот этого трехкратного роста, который мы рассматриваем,
due to this 3 times growth,
мы не
for
фиксируем
some reason,
в муниципалитетах.
we didn't
Да, ну,
register any improvement in municipalities. I still don't know why.
крупные инвесторы.
Large investors enter the region through our ministers, through the prime minister, through the head of the republic, and it's loads of investments. But for some reason, these unique conditions, these unique tools and circumstances
Проводили свой опрос
to the stakeholders.
удивительно,
We conducted an opinion poll
государственной поддержки, даже
and realized
в некоторых муниципалитетах,
that in some municipalities,
в некоторых вообще нет ни одного.
in some municipalities, the rate of improvement is high, and in some municipalities, the rate of improvement is low. So that's why business sheriffs are responsible for getting this information across to the stakeholders.
проекты 31 муниципалитета.
that 31 municipalities never presented their project to the investment hour. It means that half of the municipalities of the Republic never introduced their projects in the investment hour,
Могли объяснить
despite of the 3 times growth.
проектам наличие требований
Sometimes you justified the reason of these values
проекта.
with the requirements to investments. However, these requirements are not valid anymore. Over 30 municipalities never presented an investment project, as I mentioned before. One more problem that I would like to cover. Municipalities are involved in the expertise of the project, and the term of the agreement is 3 days. Our terms are very, very strict.
Пока
However, so far, none of the municipalities managed to keep within this term.
для того, чтобы у нас был рост, нам надо, чтобы та
If we want to grow,
была в каждом муниципальном
we
образовании.
want to
Если кто-то
make sure that such dynamics is found in every municipality.
а мы здесь
Municipalities have to double or even triple their work and their efforts.
7
If the municipality takes 7 days to consider the agreement, then other regions should cut this time at least in half. It's also a huge problem that we face. Speaking about the land and the agreements I've already mentioned,
по предпринимательским
speaking about the entrepreneurs' hours, for our guests it may be a novelty. Every Thursday, our head of the Republic of Bashkortostan holds the investment hour, and every Thursday the municipality head holds the entrepreneurs' hour. It's a face-to-face meeting with the business community. An investment hour is also the best practice across the Russian Federation.
проектов. Это, конечно, решение системы.
They not only consider investment projects, but they also detect some systematic problems.
Существующих
They realize how loaded the existing enterprises are.
предприятий, бизнес.
They weekly pay attention to the problems that investors and entrepreneurs
На основе
face.
1026 совещаний.
1026
1378 инвестиционных проектов.
1026
Представляет
meetings, and the
рублей.
number of projects exceeded 1,300.
Писали, какие инвестиционные проекты.
The total scope of investments is over 160 billion rubles. The most important thing here is that over 1 year,
Но через год делаем статус
or a few months,
активности по году в муниципалитетах.
we want to
Замечательно,
cover
примерно 40%
this 1-year plan. 40% of the initiatives that you report to us are invalid. They disappear on the go. We don't understand where they went. Either they were never there, or maybe this initiative was suppressed by something.
Шерифа, который
But it's the responsibility of the business sheriff.
до его
They need to get the message across about the opportunities, encourage an investment project, and make sure that it will be brought to life. Other municipalities view the situation differently.
немножко на бизнес и на реализацию проекта.
They view business and projects and investments as their key objective. They don't have any other
Помочь
task. They need to find the entrepreneur, find a project, and assist it in every possible way.
вообще ничего не делаете.
Because sometimes business community is apprehensive about their activities, the business sheriff's activities. So that's why the conversion is so low.
Или жизненному циклу, или выживаемости.
That's why the life cycle and the morbidity and the
Цифровая трансформация
survivability rate of the project is so low.
является одним из самых лучших.
Management of the Republic of Bashkortostan is also one of the
Это наше ноу-хау.
best management
Я тоже призываю вас.
systems. We have many know-hows in this area, so please really focus on your work within the municipality.
Первую стадию мы закончили. Вот
We finished the first stage back in February of our large digitization project.
в ближайшее время вместе с вами, с
As
муниципалитетом,
soon as possible, the Republic and the municipalities should switch to the digital operation 100%. But so far, there is no municipal center of management.
И выйти на какой-то
And I guess that it's something that we should work on and pioneer in. If there is a municipal management center,
безусловно,
they will focus on investments and entrepreneurs, and it will bring us a lot of advantages, both in terms of the image and the efficient management and administration.
на этом слайде, да, мы вот буквально
I'm not going to go too deep in this slide. The day before yesterday,
степ-бай-степ
we
по цифровизации.
revised our digitization plan step by step. We are in the top 8 in the Russian Federation term of digitization. In terms of the Republic's Management Center, we are number 1 in the country, and I guess it also can be considered as a huge encouragement to move forward together. The investment map is a clear thing. I know that it's a household name for you.
Корпорации развития, которые
We cooperate with the Development Corporation. In these terms, they also have a toolkit to offer.
такая информация о проекте, о земле должна быть изначально, чтобы
They inform what information and what data should be collected in terms of the certain land plot or facility, if there is power supply, if there is water supply, etc., and so on.
всегда, наверное, об этом говорю, это государственное
I always mention PPP, private-public partnership.
и когда бы не реализовались,
Some projects would have never been implemented but for PPP.
реализовались
We are the first region that on December 31st launched
вторую большую
the top priority range of projects. We formed a campus, we are working on other projects. PPP can imply many contracts. Unfortunately, most of them are focused on limited areas such as infrastructure utilities and housing utilities, which may never pay back.
Каждый муниципалитет
Every municipality
провели, мы привлекли
can be found with the data that we received in the Republic of Bashkortostan.
контракт. Какой объем потребления, по каким видам товаров.
All regions realize what products are consumed in the Republic and what we can guarantee to the investors for them to produce and sell within the municipality.
Очень либеральный, очень маленький
We have very liberal criteria.
контракт. В вашем случае сейчас
One day offset contracts
точно там
bottom line was 1 billion rubles, but now this figure dropped.
диверсифицироваться. Сегодня очень
You can be diversified if you cannot fit in the legal framework.
не реализуется.
Because there are projects that you want and should implement, but you can never do this without the public partnership. And there are projects that the public sector cannot solve without the business. For example, we cannot bring 30,000 people from all over the world because we don't have infrastructure for that. The youth forum that was held recently in Sochi
На предметы, а почему
was a challenge.
понятно,
And we asked the organizing committee why you conducted this in Sochi instead of Ufa. And the organizing committee said that we would be happy to hold this in Republic of Bashkortostan, but you need facilities to do that. You need facilities to host and serve 30,000 people. This is something that we face historically, and it is something that we really need to work on. We are in the top 3 in the Russian Federation in terms of the business activities.
потому что мы считали
We are keeping an eye on this because it is something that
два такого активного темпа, потому что мы свой
this is a dynamics that we want to maintain.
последние 10 лет,
Over the last 10 years,
2015 год, мы
between
теряли эту позицию,
2008 and 2018, we lost
что должны были
our
сохранить.
activity, but we had to preserve it. We should have preserved it.
Если в каком-то муниципалитете чуть
If some municipality
другому нужно подтянуться.
is
Сейчас,
stretching the time frame,
соответственно, во-первых,
other
очень хорошо.
municipalities should cut their time in half. I guess the same thing should be applied to you. If you are too, if it takes you too long to report, other speakers should be much more time sensitive.
Предусмотрено в стандарте.
Yeah, you're right. What I'm talking about today is implied in the standard. A region and any institution within the region is a living being,
Конечно же, еще интегрировать ее все в
and it aspires to grow and develop.
оценка.
This is the integral assessment, the indices that we
Сегодня будет клуб стратегических инициатив.
make our conclusions. Today we have the Club of Strategic Initiatives.
Там Виталина Чупшева.
We will have Ms. Chupsheva online. We have our business community,
Наш премьер будет. И мы, конечно же,
our Prime Minister and our ministry, and we will discuss the ratings of our municipalities.
форум это рейтинг.
We have St. Petersburg Economic Forum coming soon, and it's important for us to report about the results of our region at this
Оценку эту знаю. Я
forum. I am aware of this estimation, I'm aware of this assessment. I know the position of every municipality, but we have the strategic auditor team. They
с коллегами для того, чтобы
review the performance of every municipality, and we discuss with them what we should focus on. And there is nothing more important than that. I want your municipalities to be engaged, to be eager, to be curious about what's going on, because sometimes it is
посмотрим. Что же
very hard to get through.
какие мы там, 5-й или 55-й, ну, не смогли.
Sometimes the municipalities don't care if they are outsiders in such ratings.
Не главный лакмус, да, такая вот, ориентир по формированию инвестиционного климата. Ну, вот вы видите.
And we revised these ratings to realize how we should work with the municipalities.
Производительности, коллеги, останавливаться не буду.
I'm not going to go into the details in performance. Performance is something that we always can improve.
Собранию.
The Federal Assembly and the President of the Russian Federation
Потом сейчас
listened to Mishustin's report,
мы сейчас себе поставили задачу на основе этого.
and we listened to this report and transformed our conclusions.
Программу производительности.
After this report, we need to develop a program of performance for entrepreneurs.
Да, ну как бы.
For 176 entrepreneurs,
Сейчас это
it's
для всех. Такая некая лаборатория производительности.
their own initiative.
Новость.
We need to develop the performance lab.
Сейчас туда зайдет. И даже, я считаю,
And under this performance lab, entrepreneurs can assess the effectiveness of their enterprises, their performance.
объективно, я,
I guess it's a good idea for the objective understanding.
к сожалению, не всем повезло.
You know about the privileged modes.
Территория социально-экономического.
We have 5 regions who are extra lucky. They are territories of advanced development. They are based on monotowns.
Интенсивное развитие. Но,
They used to be challenged by
знаете, мы еще 106 гектар сейчас
complicated
буквально до конца лета мы должны ее
circumstances. We are working on extending Alga Special Economic Zone.
большие
It will also bring us more large projects. Dear colleagues,
прошу прощения за то, что немножко
I'm very sorry for taking too long with my report, but
с удовольствием
I am happy
статус тех новаций.
to update the tools and novelties that we have to offer.
Сильно
I did my best not to criticize the faults that we face,
все поучиться
because we all came here to learn
в работе на форуме.
from one another. I wish you fruitful work at the forum. I think that our forum can be considered open. I wish for
Теми людьми, которые есть, и
a productive dialogue with people who are here, with the State Duma members, with the business community, with the authorities, with supervision bodies,
по развитию предпринимательства.
with development institutions, foundations, centers. You are all happy and open and friendly, and I guess that we will manage to do it. If there is any question, you know that your
Конкретным
question will be answered. Whatever question you have, it will be answered. We are very eager for your feedback, for us to process this feedback and develop legislations and develop tools to respond to your needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rustam. We love your motivating speeches, which encourage us to work, and we have a lot of ambitious tasks. So in 2 hours we have to complete our introductory part. I think we will tolerate, and I would like to give the floor Zuhra Gordienko, the Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Tourism of Bashkortostan, Roman Kamayev, Deputy CEO of the Autonomous Non-Commercial Organization National Priority, Moscow, Mukhtar Shanazar, the Deputy CEO of the Agency to Promote Entrepreneurship in Uzbekistan, Irina Abramova, an attorney for the protection of the rights of businessmen, private businessmen, Anna Kazak, the head of the Agency for the Supervision of Consumer Market, and Eldar Bigbayev, Deputy Representative of Bashkortostan at the President of the Russian Federation Office. So, as Rustam just mentioned regarding the business sheriffs, I think it's a very good institution because I'm recalling St. Petersburg Economic Forum when some high-shot officials, they mentioned each time they appreciate this institution. I talked to a lot of representatives of business, Mr. Kalinin and many other people. I think you remember, well, it was initially people were quite pessimistic and there were a lot of hesitations. But in the past years, these initiatives have proved to be efficient. And whether it was successful or not successful, Zuhra, you did the field work and you had a deputy who you saw it from the ministry office and you worked in the field. So please give us your feedback. Whether there are points of improvement, you have the floor. Greetings, dear colleagues. Well, this is my first presentation as a minister. I would like to apologize that some of the things I will read from the paper. As my colleague mentioned, I work in the field and I see everything firsthand. We know how we make ratings, how we make statistics, but there are things which I have gotten to know in the past days. I will share, and let's set a goal. Business sheriffs were founded under the initiatives of Mr. Khabirov. Some people don't like it. Well, literally, it's a deputy of the head of the region which assists business, and there has been no such attention before to the business. And I would like to share a story. When I began working as the head of the region, the very first persons who came to talk to me were the businessmen, private interpreters. There were a lot of drawbacks, but when you familiarize yourself with the situation, you see that there were some things which you should pay attention to. So I will try to be brief to give the floor to the federal speakers. I invite you to communicate with me every Wednesday. We have a special platform for that. The number of small and mid-scale businesses grows stably. In the 4 months of 2024, it's 140,000, which means 5.6% growth. Compared to previous year, we have a permanent growth of small and mid-scale businesses. There are a lot of self-employed. It's more than 214,000. Small and mid-scale business has workplaces. About a fourth of the business works in private entrepreneurs, in small businesses. And business works in various industries, and they form about 139,000 units, and there is trade currently working, and processing industries 7.8%. And I would like to mention some positive dynamics in terms of taxes in the consolidated budget from business. In 2023, we see a growth up to 15.9 billion rubles compared to previous year. And in terms of I will not talk too much about discounting taxes. I think we will discuss it separately in the investment hour. And we are working in this sphere. Positive dynamics, and we have it. Comprehensive support of small businesses, including to implement national projects in 23, we allocated 706 million rubles. This year, the total amount was equal to 1,062 million rubles, including national projects. That which is equal to about approximately 500 million rubles. In 2024, I would like to mention Bashkortostan is in top one in terms of allocated funds. And here I would like to share a story. When I came to work in the ministry, we decided to look at the previous results. When you work in a municipality, dear colleagues, I would like to mention that sometimes I was outrageous sometimes. People didn't return my calls, and in the past years, those amounts which were allocated from the federal budgets, they are huge. But when we spread that between 54 districts of the Republic, it's not much. But anyways, we are in number one. Let's give a round of applause to the ministry, because there was a huge work done. Except for the national projects, the program includes support of municipality programs to implement municipalities. We have 186 million, which is 100 million federal budget, and also the municipalities. Dear business sheriffs, I would like to pay your attention to the following. You know, when I see you should work with the head of the governments. If there are 300,000 allocated, the amount of subsidy will be less. 500,000 when other districts who have 2 million, 3 million, they get more. Well, it's clear that we cannot change this number. But I wish that next year you could pay attention that you need to increase the amount, and there will be more subsidies. There are districts where they allocate about 200,000, which is not enough, but I'm sure the situation will improve. Last year, as part of municipal programs, 413 small businesses and self-employed persons received support. This year, we will update the support, we will change the amounts, and it will be more meant to subsidize the private entrepreneurs. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the institution of business sheriffs was acclaimed. It received the status as one of the most important, and I'm sure the small businesses and mid-businesses will receive more investment. Regarding investment hours, I would like to share some information. In terms of the amount of hours, it's a lot, but if you invite 5 or 10 interpreters to investment hour, it's very hard. Here is what I suggest. We have huge experience. Those who visited us in the beginning of this year, you should come back again to have this kind of control, and because there are no initiatives. I would like to talk about tourism also. And there are leasing companies. We include buses, special purpose machinery, motorcycles, and even aircrafts and ships. I have a question. Those of you representing various districts, who of you are familiar with of this program, IRLK? Well, it's a great company. We should use this product. We expand the product line. We have PGR leasing, which is based on Islamic principles. We have product number 2, Murabaha. I hope I get the pronunciation right. It's a loan You pay in several installments, and
полезно. Ну, и у нас есть центр «Мой бизнес».
we have My Business Center,
В году прошло 12,3
and we have 12.3 consultation services.
России.
Our center, My Business, we are in the leading positions in 13 cities. We opened the centers of this kind. In total, in 2023, we held around 100 educational offline and online events. I would like to thank
Проект «Бизнес-тур от А до Я» сегодня
Business Tour from A to Z here in the forum. We will share a special block to this practice.
это очень хорошая обучающая программа, которая вам
It's a special educational program which will help to.
интересная и которая сегодня субсидируется больше.
It's an interesting subject which is subsidized.
Внимание мы будем уделять
Development of tourism.
поток,
The
развивается инфраструктура отдыха и туризма.
the tourism grows and the investment grows. I would like to draw your attention again that for the development infrastructure in 2023, 2024, the total subsidies were equal to 1.6 billion rubles, including 1 million. These are subsidies to implement modular, non-permanent accommodation. We opened one A-frame. We have the rest coming up. We should open them in the given time. There is one thing which I worry about. It's your personal responsibility, who you bring to the given, who you actually give the subsidy to. We should have a good point of recreation, but not a little small summer residence at the expense of the government. You have to be careful. You should see how the company develops. You should visit them past 1 year, but your control, local control, is very important. Well, in 2 or 3 years, very often they say, we don't get tourists, we don't get holiday makers, there are no proper roads, but we should make sure that the money, federal money allocated, they should work properly. In general, I would like to say that our joint goal is to establish conditions that all of us feel comfortable working in the Republic. More people should come. We should have investment. I think you see how actively Uzbekistan, Belarus, Tajikistan, and other republics, they are doing a great job to invest in our regions, in our cities and towns. We should change the mentality. I understand that the local people are not always very happy to see some new projects. This should be a systematic work. Ministries and all the institutions of support of private business are here to help you. We should see your enthusiasm with the help of the senators and deputies. You should have the desire to make the world better. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much for your presentation. And this is a respective topic that you were talking about. And so judging by the figures that you mentioned, the growth in the number of entrepreneurs, of course, we have some topics to discuss, but it is a positive dynamic. So now, Roman Kamaev, Deputy Director of National Priorities Autonomous Non-Profit Organization. So they will be talking about support of entrepreneurship. So many people are not aware of all the possibilities that are open for them. And I hope that these presentations will help to solve this problem. So now we will be talking about how we promote these opportunities. So of course, thank you for having me. It is an honor for me to visit your beautiful republic, and I'm happy to see that this event is held for many years, so I'm happy to participate in it. So I wanted to broaden this topic of our work and to focus on our opportunities and also about how it is important to to give our information, to present our information for the population, and so that the people understand it, and to provide real examples how we can successfully implement our projects, so that to push the boundaries. And as we can judge by our communication with the people, so graduates and unemployment people, they're too worried about opening their own business. They worry about going outside of the country. So all these topics, we're working on it. Of course, nowadays, massive investments are allocated by the government to economics, to education, upbringing, healthcare, tourism industry, in transport, in urban facilities. So our organization was launched by the government of the Russian Federation, and we were focused to provide all the information to the population, so we can enhance the competition in the market and give the opportunities to our citizens to develop. So can I have the clicker to manage the presentation by myself? So what we do, we implement large-scale programs in press, in television, in external PR companies, in internet. We have our media, we have websites, national projects, explain Russian Federation. So in time of the COVID pandemic, we were working too. So our work in sociology, we have our own results, and we have growing numbers in support of all these topics. So you will see a 20-second video. So this.
Лезет вперед на фоне больших талантов в обновленном Доме культуры. И уж точно он уйдет.
So national projects of Russia in this.
Заметных перемен. Национальный проект России.
A national project of Russia by the President of the Russian Federation. So we have this task to let people recognize our projects. And speaking about projects for business, I will talk about a few of them. So small and medium-sized businesses, our goal is to push the mental boundaries and to increase the number of state support measures. And my business portal, you will see another video. Can we implement innovations in common spheres? Of course, but it is not easy without the support. So, a national project of small and medium-sized businesses. So we do a range of videos, and you may see it in the internet, and we don't hire actors. We film only real entrepreneurs, real people, and people have more trust to state programs. So our goal is to increase the people who know our company. So we also.
Производят туристическое снаряжение. Да, это мы. Хотите выйти на международные рынки?
Do you want to go to international markets?
А кратчайший путь к ним – цифровая платформа «Мой экспорт».
My export digital program.
Национальный проект «Международная».
National project, international cooperation and export. So we provide equipment for skier sports, and they go to international markets. So today we're talking about low level of unemployment and the need to provide the economics of with new people. And our initiative is to modernize the colleges and universities, to give the professional training to teachers and to provide new equipment, and to attract industrial partners that are ready to hire new people, graduates. So 1,600 industrial partners, large companies, corporations, state corporation, and now we attract more small-sized businesses in order to attract good specialists. And our results is that we increased many folds in terms of, and we have the competition that 3 people go to one place. So you see another video about the national project that is called Professional Education.
Уже ждут наших выпускников. Профессионалитет. Ты в хорошей компании.
So the website, and you can learn all the information on that website. So we mentioned tourism. Last week I was in Uzbekistan with my family, and I was appalled at the rates of tourism development, beautiful hotels, sightseeing, and the Republic of Bashkortostan is also has all the resources to increase the number of tourists that coming to the Republic. So there is an idea that people of the Republic are not really happy about the increase of in the number of tourists, but we have to provide all the necessary information to the population to explain them that it is a good sign. So if we talk about ski sports, ski resorts, and people tend to go to popular places in Sochi, but we have to give them this information that we have many other places for traveling, for to where we have ski resorts, and we have it in Murmansk, in Altai, in Buryatia, and we also making this PR campaign to increase the awareness that we have other places. And we also try to increase the number of tourists that go to seas or to ski resorts between the peak seasons. So, so traveling by cars. You see another video. So traveling is the best way to be together. So Bashkortostan is also participating in this award, our contribution. In ecology, in education, in healthcare. And this year we have more than 600 applications. All the regions are participating in it. In June we will choose the winners. And the last thing, we created a platform of content. It is working, and all the press, all the medias, federal, regional ones, they are registered in this platform. So, and they provide all the information. And the generators of this news from the regions, from the officials, from the companies, and they download all the information to the system. So this information about the events that are connected with these national projects. And journalists, they process this information and create, they covering all these events to attract more people. So I invite all of you to register on that platform. And we provide all the content, and it is very diversified. And we are ready to give it on a free basis because we are interested in it. So if you want to provide this information in the press, we give all these authorizations. And please, we will be happy if you use all this content. So thank you. We have one question. So we have this, this has to attract more people to raise awareness. So it is important too that this awareness comes from another way too. And what we have to do, what steps we have to take to make this work. So I'm saying that what we do using these allocations, all these subsidies, so we use them to have this information published in all the platforms to raise awareness of the population. So people use it and they are not afraid all these changes, to increase the communication with the officials, to show the successful implementation of these projects in other regions. So people trust more to business sheriffs and to the state measures of support. So thank you, Mr. Kamayev, Deputy Head of National Priorities, Autonomous Non-Profit Organization, and I have that in every region there is production groups, and if we attract, if we mobilize all these people, we have the opportunity to raise this awareness manifold and to publish all this information to attract more tourism and to attract more entrepreneurs. So our another guest is Mr. Shenarzov, Deputy Head of the agency Halabai of the Republic of Uzbekistan. So this agency have many tasks and it focuses on many directions. So our guest will talk about the work of this agency and all the practices that can be adopted by our regions and our practices that you can take too.
It's really a huge honor to participate in such international forum as a business sheriff in the business power of the different entrepreneurship and the partnership and its efficiency between the effective regions. In frames of the Russian investment Sabantu is Auralia 2024. First of all, Zuhra Malitbaevna, I would like to say thank you in the face of our organizers and our directors, and would like to thank you for your invitation to visit this forum, to exchange our experiences and to cooperate, because our countries have lots of in common, starting with the geographical position and its historical development, and with its unique reforms on on the modern stages of development, and active cooperation between our countries lately created the basis for the expansion of the marketing in cooperation. And I would like to say that good exchange between our countries have increased up to 1.5 times, and sufficient changes can be seen with the representative of the business society, because lately amount of the corporations have been increased up to 3 times, and it's more than 3,000 units they consist of. And let me show you briefly on the business of our organization. It's short, in a short but really fruitful time. We had a task to create support for the beginners in the entrepreneurship, and with the help of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan on the support of entrepreneurs. So development of the family, entrepreneurship, and the shortage of the different other spheres. In 2022, we created a Makhlabai system, work system, and we have implemented it. And our other system represents the smallest territorial authorities in order to receive the Mahale level of the system, and on the development and creation of the young entrepreneurships. And we have created a Mahalabai system to support the regional authorities and city centers, and the first stage on the position of Hakimov. More than 17,000 specialists on head positions. It's 9,300 employees. And as for Kazan, the support, practical support, in order to support practically, we have created another system that, and 300 specialists have been spread through the region to keep working on our projects. And in 2022, we have received financial resources, 12.5 trillion rubles, and it's really in a short time we have created a really fruitful and good relationship between the subjects of the entrepreneurship, and as a result it helps to increase the business and the work among the population, work rate among the population. In 2022 received 10 trillion rubles, and 2023 13 trillion, and this program gives deposits on the recommendations of the Hakimov. And in order to increase the social position of the population, we donated as great subsidiaries, in which Hakimov also gave huge help. 9 types of subsidiaries are being given to our entrepreneurship, and compensations on the study expenditures, on different qualifications at some private studying centers. They also received the subsidiaries. And the Hakim helpers also they created open programs, some autonomous informational platforms that covers almost all the branches of this program. And as for today, this platform have been integrated more than 30 informational data from different municipals and authorities. All the necessary information is able to be found using this platform. And we have created data on the 7 million households. And from this data to this criteria of the economical situation, the problem was built in 3 categories. The first is the low-income category of the households, but those who would like to increase them is the second stage, and the third category is healthy and rich households. And the estimation of on the specialists of our organization, we have made an analysis, and every mahalla have received its drivers that helps them to develop and continue their entrepreneurship. And we pay huge attention to the business projects that receive support on the Hakim helpers, and the efficiency of such measures on the entrepreneurship subjects. They received the task to receive the data on the main bureaucracy problems that occur during the cooperation of these people. And the initiative of the head of the Republic on the development long time period on the work with the fields and the harvesting, and such mechanism has been created and given to the population almost up to 200,000 hectares in order to plant agricultural goods. And dear colleagues, in conclusion, I'd like to say that Mahalabai system, work system is new, you have to remember, but they also give significant results. And I think it's a good approach in the direction of our work. And the numbers that have been, numbers are pretty boring, but you can take a look on the slide and see it for yourself. These are the results of our work, and we have opened a new entrepreneurship and a new specialists with high qualifications, and we have done a lot. And I would like to. We will participate for 2 days in this forum. So in case you have any questions, please free to ask, or maybe you have some questions that on the implementation or the exchange of the experience exchange. Please feel free to address, and I would like to thank you once again for the invitation, and we would like to cooperate closely with you. Mukhtar Danyarich, I would like to ask, since 2021 agency has been created and they do keep working, and on the work of the business shares that we are discussing here, how can Uzbekistan attract new entrepreneurs from Bashkortostan or different other regions? What are the advantages of the Uzbekistan as a region to work? Can you please cover this topic, please? Thank you for the questions. And yesterday with Zukhra Mulimayevna, we have discussed a lot of, looked through a lot of questions, and we discussed it very carefully. because it's going to be useful for our side and for the entrepreneurs from the Bashkortostan, and we agreed to have a meeting of the textile entrepreneurs, and we would like to create a business tour in Uzbekistan with the help of our ministry, and we think it's going to be only the first stage of the work. And in the work of tourism or requalification or education, what we can implement, and I would like to give motivation for the business sheriffs and for the entrepreneurs that are interested to participate in our business tours, or once they have opportunity to receive new partners from Uzbekistan, we are ready to work really closely with the ministry. Maybe have something else to agree. And we are gathering the first business tour on the textile that cover the marketplace topics, the leading fabrics of textile of Uzbekistan. And Maybe please take a look and remember this young man because he will be conducting this work. And the people who do the textile, please let's do it within 10 days, and we will gather some people and we'll go there. Thank you very much. And we have been in Uzbekistan for a couple of times, and the speed of development is pretty good, and it should receive higher attention, and people must have the understanding how to develop their entrepreneurship.
So Mr. Shunyan, so are you with us? So, excellent. So there is a close cooperation between the republics of Bashkortostan and Belarus in all the levels. We have many delegations visiting each other. So we have a good tempo in the work. So when we talk about small and medium-sized businesses, so we would like to know about new tools, new tendencies, and what is the priority in the cooperation between the republics. So thank you. So a few words about the Belarusian Foundation. In our country, small and medium businesses account for 1/3 of economic figures in GDP, in taxes, in the number of people engaged in economics. It's about 30-35%. So small business is a sufficient sector. It's dynamically develops because 20 years ago, this figure was about 15%. So we are growing. So the Belarusian Fund, we work in the frame of the Ministry of Economic. It is an authorized body for entrepreneurship. So we don't have a separate Ministry of Entrepreneurship. So all these functions, they are performed by the Ministry of Economy. So we are a single body in the country to focus on small and medium-sized businesses. So this is just an overview of our enterprise. So the Belarusian Foundation, we have many focuses. So we give financial support. We give loans. We give leasing opportunities. So we have a technical problem. So he was talking about money, and I guess we're not supposed to hear this information. So you were talking about allocating money. So it's Belarusian programs, loans. It's 3-in-1. So we cover all these aspects. So we provide financial support. It's a new function for us. and all the aspects beyond finance, we also cover this. So the Center for Support of Entrepreneurship, and we'll focus on our work through digital platforms. So we are at the first stages of this work, and we will continue it to support entrepreneurship. And the most important thing, we focus on engaging small and medium-sized businesses. And we have these questions that all the large enterprises of Belarus, for all the commodities that can be covered by small businesses, they provide this information on their websites. And if we receive an application from a small business and they are ready to account for some item, that we organize an online meeting, so the small business can discuss all the questions they're interested in. And then we started developing another aspect of this program. We started arranging meetings for medium-sized businesses. And since the last year, we started working with Moscow corporations and Russian companies. Twice a month, we arrange these stock markets. And about a dozen of Russian companies, they participate in these events, both customers and suppliers. We welcome everyone. And since the last year, aside from working with Moscow corporations, we have a strategic partner in the Republic of Bashkortostan, Foundation for Development and Support of Small Businesses, and we started moving in this direction too. And we conduct many events, conferences, workshops, we exchange our experience and other means of communication. So this is how we build our cooperation, and I would like to highlight that the cooperation is on the high level between our republic and Republic of Bashkortostan. And this is how we contribute to its development. So, dear colleagues, so I guess this is all for now. So we have a question. So what are the most available areas for cooperation between our republics? What are most desired areas of cooperation? So we have all the directions available. We don't have this situation that some industry prevails over another, or like mining industry or something else. So we have agriculture, production, metallurgy, and production of equipment. So all the industries. We don't have some one industry that prevails over the others. So we work with every type of small business. Even if we have some businesses that focuses on minor aspects of production, and we are ready to work with every type of small business. So your country is developing and you need all types of products. Yes, our enterprises are ready to take orders in all the industries. So thank you very much, Mr. Arshunyan, CEO of Belarusian Fund of Financial Support of Entrepreneurship. And so we have very good relationships. We have very high partnership between our republics. So talking about entrepreneurship, the important figures in this area are dynamics, but the issues of business securities are very important too, because businesses still have questions to officials, to monitoring agencies. And so if we talk about applications to the officials, maybe complaints, so we would like to know more about the business climate. So what are the areas that need attention? So hello, our dear participants, dear business sheriffs. So I'm happy to congratulate you with the Day of Russian Entrepreneurship, which will take place on May 26th. It's our celebration. So we are colleagues. We are in the same business. It's a common for us. We protect and develop business. So in this forum, we draft some results. So let me introduce some figures to you, because once a year in January we take so I will provide some figures. When I came to this position, it's the second review, and we have totally different results in comparing with the last year. So this system of protecting business that is created in our republic, both in arrangement and legislation level, it is working. So in last service, one of the negative factors is administrative boundaries, bureaucracy. And many entrepreneurship were worried about this factor. But in this year's service, this problem was noticed by less than 10% of entrepreneurship. So the result is, in the last year, we have an increase in positive reviews. So in terms of our officials. So about the conditions that are created in the municipalities for the work of entrepreneurs. So 18% said that all the conditions that are created, they are convenient. And we have a decrease from 25 to 14% in negative ratings. And about 82% said that they are satisfied with the activity of business sheriffs, and I think it's a good result. 2/3 of the businessmen in the last service, they said that their lawful rights and interests were violated. So in terms of land and property relations, it is a very pressing problem. So there are less entrepreneurship that have problems that are suffering from lack of knowledge. And I think it's the results of our national projects that have rendered more than 10,000 services to small businesses. So according to the results of the survey, it happened both in 2022 and 2023. So the majority of entrepreneurs, they think that it is safe to do business in the Republic. And our Republic is one of the regions that is actually capable to provide all the conditions for business. So our business shares, they cover all these issues, and I see that many problems, they are solved in this forum. So I receive all these applications. If the issue is beyond the competencies of a business sheriff. So I thank you for the fact that this year you were assisting us in implementing the reform of monitoring activity, because according to a new federal law, we have new procedures in explaining that in this. So together with monitoring inspection bodies and together with the government, business sheriffs, they are proactively engaged in this work, and I would like to provide a few figures that during the last forum we were talking about that some businessmen, they do not trust to monitoring borders. So in 2022 we have. So in 2023 we have more than 8,000 visits by the Ministry of Emergency Situations. And the number grew more than 12 times. So the Director of Agriculture Monitoring in 2023, they conducted more than 6,000 preventive events. So thank you, dear friends, because and I hope that these results will be a sufficient contribution when we draw the ratings of our republic among other regions of Russia. And I hope that all the results that we achieved, they enable us to rank higher in Russian ratings. So I would like to mention the main tendencies in years 2022-2024. We don't have applications concerning utility problems. We have a rapid decrease in applications concerning land and property relations. And in our region, we still have this tendency that businessmen conclude an agreement that, and then in case of a failure to perform their applications, this case, so the parties go in court and try to brought a lawsuit in court, and they want to interpret the situation as fraud. And how a business can protect itself. And we think that the most important thing is the time is when we conclude an agreement. And we have to understand that if a party does not make an appraisal of its counterpart. Because we have all the information systems from law enforcement services, tax services, and we would like to draw your attention to all these platforms. And we have the situations when people just look for agreement templates on the internet, and it can result in that an entrepreneur becomes involved in a crime case. So in our republic, we have a brilliant association of legal experts. So we have a sufficient legal resources, and we have to provide all the information about them in massive platforms. So we have a high level of legal awareness. And another thing I would like to mention is our problematic area is communal utilities. So water supply, engineering networks. They charge very high amounts of money to entrepreneurs, and we have many complaints concerning this problem. And we processed many applications, and we helped our entrepreneurs to save more than 300,000 rubles. And in the conclusion, I would like to draw your attention to the fact of we have small-sized auctions, and we have many violations, and we have applications from the entrepreneurs, and we go to the prosecutor's office to settle the problem. And all these applications, they concern small tenders. So once again, I would like to congratulate you with the upcoming celebration that will happen in May 26. And we hope that we will continue to develop this unique system for supporting business, and I hope we go in the right direction, and I hope we will succeed. So you mentioned that 82% of respondents said that they are satisfied with this work. And we have this, we were assigned by the head of the Republic of Bashkortostan to rank higher in terms of business sheriffs. So we have a sufficient growth in terms of index of a number of disputes between entrepreneurship and governmental authorities.
We'd like to welcome Anya Kazak on the topic that we asked Oksana Andreevna to speak about a very serious topic with the implementation of the artificial intelligence, and the business starts using AI rapidly, and we are, as consumers, do not think about it carefully. So thank you very much. I remember about the timing, and I would like to make it short. So, dear colleagues, and I said it intentionally, colleagues, we have a mission of the conductor here between the government management as the consumers, because this process cannot be one-directional process. It's always two-side products, because there are consumers and there are producers. And me, as would like to speak about our mission and about our involvement in the development of this economy. And as for today, I would like to say it's really interesting to use AI and the digitalization that reduces the time, the business processes, and digitalization shortens the dates and the deadlines of the receiving the agreements and the positive letters, and but it also have to carry the safety for business and for the consumers. And we, as discussed previously, unfortunately we are very low on information on how the AI can be unsafe for the consumer. As you can see that the implementation of the AI has its positive sides, and these priorities that are highlighted as for the consumers, they are very important because, first of all, consuming the high quality good or service, and it's this year is determined as the year of the responsibility of the responsible use of the AI in work with the consumer. And the consumers has to understand that first task is the transparency, and the consumer has to receive 100% guarantee on the safety of his data. As for example, consumer or the producer, they can use confidential data of the consumer to give some narrow approach on the goods that this or that consumer wants. And it's the mislead of the competition between on the market, and we say that we have not very good people that do business, and they do business in a dirty way, and they break the competitive environment. And we understand that whether the lower the level and all the others, all the levels can be reduced on many levels, and it's not the task that has been implemented by the government into our work. And we have to give you understanding that we should give the understanding that it should have high quality and safety. And we're speaking about the digitalization and technologies that are being implemented today in Russia. So I would like to speak about the marking. Who has the yellow sign that says "Честный знак"? Честный знак is a sign in Russian alphabet. As you can see the QR code on the cup of the bottle. And what does it give? It gives information for the consumer, and what it gives for the entrepreneurs. And today we have to give the understanding what is it. Of course, financially it's maybe expensive, but it's very useful. And those limitations that are being implemented by the government and officials and the system, and we say that it's we have 17 goods that have to be marked, and those indicators of risk are being implemented by the Честный знак resource. And you can see that we have Честный знак for business and entrepreneurs. And you can also switch on your camera and scan the QR code, and you'll see every stage of the development of production. and the consumer can observe all the process stage by stage, step by step. For example, the producer puts mark on our platform, and we producer can see how the goods are moving, starting from the factory and finishing with the shop as soon as the good is being sold. And we can say that we can't sell these goods for today for the consumers. And the question is why, and we have a couple of reasons. And these are the numbers. Because we have a couple of problems, and that, for example, the good can be sold. And for example, the authority has made 3 visits, inspections. But in case if the good has been was bad during the examination in the laboratory or visually, and for example, if the indicator of risk have been worked, so this good is being blocked, and the system do not allow to sell these goods. And you can see that every stage is being recorded, and it helps to avoid some bad products, illegally made products. And QR code also gives the responsible for the final seller, or you must say reseller. For example, by purchasing the goods or products, business have to understand whether it's in this system of the marks business men and other entrepreneurship, and before implementing money for the goods, you have to see what the following category that have to be marked, and you can see the numbers on the Russian Federation that we have already received, and these indicators worked. And for example, I'll give you another example. The businesswoman that does sell the fur like coats. We received the indicator of risk, and we made our inspection to her shop. Yeah, and the problem was that she wasn't able to use these tools because she had no experience, and the signal have worked at her shop, and we understand that product made of fur that costs approximately 500,000 rubles, it also received lots of following problems and the fees up to 500,000 rubles. That this amount is colossal, is huge. And as soon as we have this international event here, I would like to share our experience on how it works today, and what profits does it give to the economy of the Russian Federation. Just give me a second. I would like to see how many times unofficial products have been closed. Perfume reduced up to 1.5%, shoes up to 5%, and tires have been reduced up to 2 times. And the joint cumulative amount that we have estimated as $500,000, and during these supervisions. And soon 3 years of our initiative and the participation in the Zaurali Sabantui, and it's been supported by our organizers. And it's like history mentioned in Quran. Once the Magomed doesn't go to the mountain goes to the Magomed. And this work we provide is a consulting work. Our doors are always open. We would like to welcome you at our place. We have some different educational seminars, and unfortunately our republic has very low numbers in this system, and we have to work in the GIS-MT system that won't only protect our consumers, but it will advance the business processes, and we will able to make it profitable and effective, and for you to have a clean reputation, and will help to develop our economy. Thank you.
Speaking about the AI, you remember the post by Mr. Medvedev, who doubted the research results, the search results of Yandex and ChatGPT. But if you want to get support at your fingertips, you can use all the technologies out there. I would like to draw your attention to the QR codes on the screen. This is our social networks, social media. Scan them, add them, share them with your entrepreneurs. There we share relevant information and answer questions very quickly. So we really get a proper use of the artificial intelligence. We have Ildar Bigbayev, deputy of the representative of the entrepreneurs, the Republic of Bashkortostan, under the president of the Russian Federation. He deals with investment projects of Bashkortostan in St. Petersburg, in Moscow. He uses all the tools of the representatives. You have 5 minutes. Please keep within the time frame. Good afternoon, dear friends, dear participants of the forum, dear business sheriffs. We are happy to greet you on behalf of the representative of the Republic of Bashkortostan under the President of the Russian Federation, Rishat Khalikov. Let me tell you about the toolkit for our entrepreneurs in Moscow and St. Petersburg for searching investors and companions to implement investment projects and business projects in the Republic of Bashkortostan. This work with the entrepreneurship community of the Republic of Bashkortostan is entered in the roadmap of the representative office of the Republic of Bashkortostan under the President of the Russian Federation, and we are establishing our hospitality facilities in Moscow and St. Petersburg. According to our statutory documents, Moscow, St. Petersburg, and the Republic of Crimea are our areas of special interest. Here you can have see some tools out of 30 tools. I would like to save your time and not to read them. You can take photos of them, and if you want more details, please feel free to contact me. Our representative office is capable of presenting the projects from your towns, your cities, your enterprises in Moscow and across Russia, nationwide. You can establish your stands at our sites and sites of our partners. This is Department of Entrepreneurship and Innovations of Moscow, CCI of Russia, CCI of Moscow, and different republics. In the next slides, you are going to see our premises, our facilities that are available and can fit from 50 to 120 participants. I often participate different events in Moscow and St. Petersburg, and I see a very interesting practice of how entrepreneurs present their projects to attract investors or partners and extend their businesses. One of such examples is given in the slide 8. One of the companies is searching for business partners to construct an innovative plant. Such meetings cover business models and problems, advantages and probable risks. The format of the participation in such events is available online, but the most interesting thing is to talk to your partners, potential partners, face to face. Your participation in such events is possible in the format of the business breakfast. It looks like a guest gathering, and you can really relax and enjoy an informal circumstance, informal situation. You can find something that you are looking for. Speakers refer to participants and ask questions and set the dialogue in an informal way. We have networking sessions arranged that provide free communication for participants. Feel free to participate in our conferences, associations, business clubs, etc. Regularly, we are invited in closed forums arranged by Ivanti Association Forum, arranged by Rahman Yusupov. We participate in such events as well as other entrepreneurs and public figures who are successful in their career. They are leaders in their spheres, they're acknowledged and admitted, and you can get to know with them and get their contacts to establish business with them. In many sites and venues of Bashkortostan, of Moscow and St. Petersburg, we are well known, we are recognized, and it is possible to establish contacts. After one of such meetings, we got to know with the management of one of the companies that is establishing negotiations to establish their company in Ufa and get involved into the projects of Ufa. They are ready to revise and consider your projects to invest in. Our recognition is growing. There are many entrepreneurs clubs, and our public's entrepreneurs can form their own agenda at such venues, at such grounds. If you are ready to initiate any horizon, any idea, feel free to implement it in your business. We have evening programs such as business dinner with managers of business clubs, associations, outstanding representatives of business communities who are eager to learn about your initiatives and ideas. We have a range of events arranged by development institutions such as venture organizations. Regularly, we are offered to take part in discussions related to investments and business development from VTB, Sberbank, Kommersant, Vedomosti newspapers. And these events are participated by outstanding public figures, and one of such events is arranged for today in the afternoon. Let me briefly tell you about one more ground arranged by the Entrepreneurship and Innovative Developments Department of the City of Moscow. The agenda touches on associations of franchising. They speak about Russian development in the franchising business. It's very hard to tell you everything within a 5-minute report, but feel free to reach out to me to learn more about our opportunities, about business contacts. We are always there for you. As it is assessed by the Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Tourism of the Republic of Bashkortostan, our department and the Department of Economic Development of Moscow managed to establish business missions in Moscow. We are happy to work with you further on. We can find interesting venues and develop tools, implement jointly different projects. I suggest extend our toolkit with investments volunteers. It's a novelty, it's a new term. If you are interested, feel free to reach out to me, and these volunteers can be represented by representatives of municipalities and regions studying in Moscow and St. Petersburg. I'm talking about students here. In the current geopolitical circumstances and the situation, every of us is facing new challenges, unprecedented sanctions. We launched different projects and processes that amend the existing processes. We can now resuscitate some industries that we used to be dependent on someone else in. Jointly, we can strengthen the connections between the regions and connections with friendly countries represented in this forum. We have very clear, promising historical tasks, and it is important to contribute to solving them. Thank you very much for your attention. After the event, I'll be happy to answer your questions. I will stay in Sibai until May 26. Good luck working for the good of Bashkir citizens.
Thank you very much, Ildar Zinurovich, for this such a good speech, because work of this being as a representative also gives a huge advantages for our representatives, and it has to be used definitely as the. And we, as during the hockey play, and we would like to make the change in our speakers. And I would like to thank you, every one of you, and we will move to the next second part of our speeches. And we would like to see off our speakers. And the only thing I would like to say that we have huge opportunities here on all the ministries and authorities that we understand that they all are open and transparent. And in order to achieve some results, we have to write everywhere to every minister. So we would like to welcome, and I would like to present you our guests, and I would like to welcome them. We would like to welcome Marat Kashapov, the representative ambassador of the Central Bank of the here in the Republic of Bashkortostan, and the expert of the Islamic financials on the realization of experimental Republic of Bashkortostan, Madina Kalimulina. She'll be representative of the VKS, and our Nikolai Kolesnikov, who also representative of development of region of the Ulyanov Region Development Corporation, and Olga Kabanova, representative, the protector of the families on the regional here, and Yevgeny Kirpichev, manager of the MSP leasing, and Ilyana Saitova, general director of the social development, CEO of Small Enterprise Development and Support Fund of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Thank you.
We are going to start with the Central Bank, with Marat Kashapov, head of the National Bank Office of the Republic of Bashkortostan, of the Uralman branch of the Bank of Russia. We understand the processes that are taking place now. We understand the key interest rates, the loan situation. We know that this is something we have to do to stop the inflation, to restrain it. But can you tell more about the tools that are out there for entrepreneurs, for the businessmen? What is the work of your office? Tell us about this, please. Thank you very much for having me here, for giving me the floor. I'm very happy to be here with entrepreneurs and business sheriffs. I'm really inspired by the reports of my colleagues. And I would like to congratulate the new Minister of Economic Development and Innovation Policy of the Republic of Bashkortostan. I wish your ministry prosperity and thriving development. I'm not going to talk much about the credit and loans and monetary policies, even though that's something I am frequently asked. I'm going to talk about the communication with business, with some explanations and clarifications that we provide them with. Today I would like to focus in the first place on the toolkits that sometimes business community is not aware of. I voted previously for education. Of course, property and finance are important, but I often face a situation when entrepreneurs and the business community just doesn't know or don't know about toolkits out there. They only know about standard credits and loans that everyone is aware of, but they are unaware of some efficient tools of development. However, from our side, we are regulated by the government and we face different legislation introduced that provides us with alternative options, which makes loans and financial tools more available and more approachable to our entrepreneurs. I would like to give you this scheme which looks like the Bashkir honeycomb, and I would like to tell you about something that is new for you, that's IPO. Maybe it's not very interesting for small business, but medium business should be interested in this. It's a very good growth point, especially for technologically developed companies. Many IT companies and high-tech companies search for IPO. There is a range of issues related to crowdfunding. You can use crowdfunding to invest, to find investments for your projects or to find capital. Our neighboring regions are already experienced in having such platforms. Entrepreneurship support foundations often have such programs for entrepreneurs. Factoring and digital financial assets are also new. Factoring is maybe not very new, but digital financial assets are an advanced technology. I'm not going to go into details. This is just the general ideas of seminars and consultations that we provide, which we use to get our information through. If you are interested, we are always there for you. We can arrange seminars for you. We can boost your financial and entrepreneurial literacy. Speaking about the new focus, Bashkortostan is in the top 4 of regions within the experiment. These regions have a majority of Muslim population. And such special tools are specially designed for Muslims. These are tools that do not involve interest rates. And we want to introduce such tools into essential industries, into essential areas. We have Federal Law number 417, which was put into force in September 2023. The Republic of Bashkortostan is now advertising the opportunities for Muslim-friendly financial toolkits. Bashkortostan is now listed in the official register, and I hope that all entrepreneurial institutes will develop Muslim, Islam-friendly tools. I would like to draw your attention. Many people view these opportunities as clients, but you can really get into the operations, you can study the legislation out there and find how you can apply this legislation to your reality and to your products. You can see the equivalence between the standard civil law of the Russian Federation and the Islam law. One more idea that I would like to get across is the information partnership. When we make decisions in terms of the financial and monetary policies, we do not just rely on the statistics, but we rely on the opinion of entrepreneurs and experts that are working in our team as volunteers. They're our respondents. They fill in opinion polls and inform us of how their processes work. We define qualitative tendencies, and the central bank in our region is working very well on making predictions, and they make it more efficiently than standard statistical indicators. It helps us to make our policies more precise. What is a monetary policy? It's stable prices, which contributes to the sustainable economic development, but at the same time, our influence on monetary stability
обременительным как раз для экономики. И вот это вот
shouldn't be excessive.
очень важно, чтобы мы опирались.
It's very important to rely on the opinion of entrepreneurs and enterprises. Please feel free to scan the QR code on the next slide and join these opinion polls.
Оптовой и розничной торговли для
We are looking for retailers and wholesalers.
Обращайтесь ко мне, к нашим коллегам.
Feel free to
Это будут
apply, refer to my colleagues.
по финансовой грамотности, по трудовым коллективам, по разным консультациям и по
Feel free to obtain consultations and get reviews and obtain this aggregated data that we collect.
анонимная, но она
These opinion polls are anonymous, but it will provide you with extra information that your business will find useful. I hope for the future cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kashapov.
Yes, the central bank is doing a huge work. You've mentioned bonds, you mentioned partnership. Some of them, maybe they don't enjoy the attention they should, but information partnership, the central bank doesn't call anyone, remember,
Центральный банк
except for the fact, well, if you mean fraud, no, we don't call anyone directly. Go to our webpage, all the information is available. Please use official cb.ru for financial knowledge, and we have more advanced sources like econs for advanced business analytics. This is very useful. Please use, we have unique databases and content which gives you true estimates, and also we have reviews for regional development. In our set we have regional reviews and statistics. Thank you so much, very useful. Marat, thank you so much. This was very enriching. Regarding partnership financing, we have a speaker here, Madina Kalimulina. Madina is remotely with us. She's the executive secretary of a Russian Association for Islamic Financing. We would like to know more about Islamic financing. Please let us know more. What are the perspectives both in Russia and Bashkortostan? Because we are one of the four, Chechnya, Tatarstan, and other, they have trial operation of this partnership. Greetings, dear participants. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share what I know. As many of you know, last year we started a trial program for partnership financing. It will take 2 years, and I'm happy that we have participants already from Bashkortostan, regardless of the fact that several companies already provide Islamic financing, but they were established outside the Republic. But we're happy that now we already have a local Islamic financing organization, and I hope that they will grow, the amount of them will grow. I think, I'm afraid not many of you are familiar with the principles, but I will tell you more. What are the specifics? Why, for you, for private businessmen, though you may use or you may render the given services, I'm sure. First of all, we know very well right now that common financial organizations, usually their goal is to satisfy the inquiries of the clients. But we should remember that the needs and the requirements, this is something different. Usually credit financial organizations, they stimulate this, and we have quite a high amount of loans given to people. People nowadays have a huge loan burden. Consumer loans, usually people not always adequately estimate their opportunities to pay back. In Islamic financing, we try to get to know what the client actually needs and to minimize and to avoid when a company takes a loan and it's not able to pay back. Even if we have situations like this, even if we have delays, overdue payments, not through the fault of the client, usually we try to mitigate. We have absolutely different approach. It is prohibited. Any fines, any kind of fees by the financial organizations are prohibited, but we encourage the clients not to enter the situations, not to abuse loans. We have fines when it comes to charity. We try to make loans as friendly and not burdensome for people. When we make a decision to give a loan, we apply certain ethical filters, moral and ethical filters. And here you can see a whole list. For example, alcohol, tobacco. If you are involved in this kind of business, we don't provide loans for this kind of, not just production of alcohol, but anything related to this. Even if you promote alcohol or tobacco or anything else, we don't provide loans. Components, equipment for alcohol production, any kind of specialized goods, special purpose for this niche associated with alcohol or tobacco, processing, marketing, any kind of activity involved in promotion, making people use more alcohol. We don't provide financing, logistics, transportation of alcohol, anything that promotes consumption of alcohol among the population. We don't provide loans to this industry. Gambling, sports, gambling, any kind of stakes, beauty. We have certain restrictions as per the Islamic ethics. If it comes to modifying your outlook, we don't again provide loans for this kind of activities. It depends. We need to look in more detail. We need to study carefully each application. This is how we work. This is our methodology. Very briefly, we have providers of resources and recipients of resources, financial agency, but here, except for the creditor or the loan giver, provider of loan, we don't have APR. We have current accounts. We provide banking cards, and we have investors. And this is probably the key resource of investment, which is used in Islamic financing. By investors, we mean we differentiate. They share profit and risks, which Islamic financing company has. We call it IFC, Islamic Financial Company. And we have an invest pool, which includes the pool is shared by the recipients of financing. This could be a group of partnership financing, and there may be joint activities, making joint ventures, project-based financing, where a businessman is completely accountable for the activities and is lawful, may receive profit from the given activity. Another pool, here the types of financing is trade and leasing. Here we have a financing structure which purchases a certain asset, resells it, and you pay in several installments. Again, Islamic leasing and common leasing, these are completely different things. With light blue, you can see these are the types of activities which are available from local providers. Regional leasing company, for example, we have the fund for the support of business, but other services are also available. For example, partnership financing, joint venture. The amount of these services is quite limited, but anyway, I encourage you to expand the pool of the given services. Go ahead and start new projects, extend the list of possible financing services. Those who are ready to enter this market, you should think about establishing some types of the given types of products. Investment platforms, which Marat mentioned, they could serve as a tool to implement this type of business activities. Also, investment contracts are available, but the providers of the given services, they are beyond the Republic of Bashkortostan, unfortunately, while they are rendering services across the whole Russia. Also, the market of sukuk is not yet very well developed. We had a digital issue lately. I think I encourage the private businessmen to familiarize themselves with sukuk service. You may act as the issuers of the stock. It depends on the type of business you're working in. Islamic insurance, unfortunately not very well developed in Russia, but it's a good room for future development. Next, ijara leasing. This is how financing is going on based on Islamic financing. It's very much similar to common leasing. You make an application, but except for checking the loaner through the available databases, you should make sure that the asset complies with the criteria and the goal of the use of the asset follows the moral and ethical criteria, which I have already mentioned before. Before purchasing the asset, the leasing company signs a contract of intention. Then the client confirms that the asset matches his or her expectations. We sign the acceptance report. Then the leasing company buys the asset and signs with the client the leasing contract, because according to Islamic law, it's not possible to lease, to give the asset for lease if you are not yet the owner of it. Same as in common leasing, you can use a sales contract. Madina, please, unfortunately, we are pressed for time. Well, okay, let me speak about the advantages. What is the difference from product financing? All the risks associated with the asset, they are borne by the financing Islamic company until the end of the contract, until the expiration of the contract. In common leasing programs, all the risks are borne by the client, while here, as I said, all the risks related to the asset, to the leased asset itself, they are borne by the Islamic financial organization. Well, since you said we are pressed for time, and I would like to mention that we have a compliance procedure. I myself participate in the given activity, and each deal goes through a check and inspection for compliance. We check the asset, the leased asset itself. We check the clients from the point of view of religious requirements. You can always apply to us should you have any questions. If you have any doubts whether your deal complies with the Islamic ethics, we can provide consultations, and we protect your rights. Thank you so much, Madina. This was very interesting.
It's clear that it's new, and that's why it's raising a lot of apprehension, but I am happy to have something like this because the Islamic market is trillions of dollars, and I know that some investors were very concerned about no legal framework. So I guess that in next September we will have increasingly more projects like this, and we will not miss this large opportunity. I'm very interested in this kind of goal setting for entrepreneurs, for them to really revise their business goals. We are going to invite Nikolai Kolesnikov, Director of the Regional Promotion Department of the Ulyanovsk Region Development Corporation. He is online with us. He's going to talk about the investment niches represented in the Ulyanovsk region, and he's going to tell about the opportunities that are out there that were established by the previous governor and preceded by the current governor. Mr. Kolesnikov, are you there? Yes, I am here. I hope you can hear and see me well. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Nikolai Kolesnikov, and I represent the Development Corporation of Ulyanovsk region. I am happy to see the participants and guests of the forum. Today I would like to tell you about the relevant investment niches available in Russia and in Ulyanovsk region in particular. Briefly, I'm going to tell you about our success. Now, Ulyanovsk region has a range of investment grounds, especially such as Special Economic Zone. It's the first port-equipped Special Economic Zone, which also includes an international airport. Special Economic Zone has 53 residents registered, including international ones. The scope of investments is over 17 billion rubles. We've established over 1,200 jobs, and our projects are scaling. Annually, they develop rapidly. I would like to continue with the vectors and niches we work in, and which we find prosperous and thriving and promising. Can you please wait a second until I launch my presentation? Can you launch my presentation, please?
Ну, мы ее сейчас запускаем.
We are launching your presentation. Please go on. Continue. It will be available within 20 to 30 seconds.
Все, на экранах она.
Yeah, we can see it on the screen. Perfect, thank you.
Значит, по промышленности Ульяновского
So, industry of Ulyanovsk region
значительно недоинвестировано.
is underinvested area. We still have a range of very pressing infrastructural problems. One of the ways to settle this problem is to attract direct investments in the economy. To do that,
Практически половине
it is
47%.
This is needed by nearly half of Russian industrial enterprises. The most relevant investments are investments in buying equipment, production tools,
Это выпуск продукции в рамках программы импортозамещения.
to issue products intended for import substitution.
И третья проблема.
The third problem that goes along with the existing ones is the development of human resource potential
Открываем
to fill in the to fill in newly established jobs and job openings.
вопрос репрезентативности.
We made an opinion poll among CEOs of large enterprises conducted by the Higher School of Economy. The investments inflow is going to be registered in pharmaceuticals, electronics, computers, industrial equipment, machinery, and vehicles. In Ulyanovsk region, the share of processing industries is 85%. It means that we are aspiring for the most substantial, significant, and promising industries, such as mechanical engineering, pharmaceuticals, vehicles, food, production of furniture, and mass consumption goods. Our regions are located in the center of Volga Federal Region in the Russian Federation. The population is 29 million economically active people who are equipped with the logistics facilities, and we offer investors to use and dispose this infrastructure jointly. There is a need for high-tech technologies, machinery, equipment, and production in such areas such as instrument development and engineering, mechanical engineering, equipment and machinery production. We are aspiring for investments in metallurgy and electronics. Can you please make your speech shorter? When we are speaking about the niches that are the most pressing, the most outstanding, the most essential for Ulyanovsk region, the most promising from your point of view, can you please abandon your report for a second and just briefly tell us where we should focus? When we are talking about the development vectors, I would like to go to the previous slide. Traditionally, we focus on production cluster, such as mechanical engineering, vehicle production, instrumentation production, and construction materials, composite materials. It's a large cluster, which is a driver of production in the region. It's relevant for us today to develop innovative technologies such as robotics and associated productions. And the enterprises that work within industries, do they see that the Russian markets needs their products? Do they actually have the market thanks to the import substitution strategy due to the international manufacturers leaving the country? We registered this at UFA Oil and Gas Technology Conference that often entrepreneurs prefer to order some equipment outside of the country rather than buy domestic products. How do your entrepreneurs see this situation? Of course, when we develop an investment project, we undertake a creative approach to implementation. We have an individual approach to every project and view every project as a part of our industrial cluster that it will belong to. We are trying to integrate these projects into our industrial clusters. It's important for us to cooperate with the existing residents and the existing production facilities in our industrial parks to provide them not only with a site for production, but also partnership, contacts, networking in terms of the supply chains, resources, raw materials. We want them to really fit in the large infrastructure. We want them to have sustainable cooperation network to implement their projects and sell their finished products. Thank you very much, Mr. Kolesnikov. We are impressed by your work, and your role model is something we can look up to. We had Nikolai Kolesnikov, Director of the Regional Promotion Department of Ulyanovsk Region Development Corporation. Dear colleagues, we have 15 minutes left, but 4 speakers. So please, you have 3 minutes. Do not exceed this time and try to be very brief and precise. I'm giving the floor to Olga Kabanova, First Deputy Minister of Family, Labor and Social Security of the Republic of Bashkortostan.
So, social business, social private business, we're among the leaders in terms of socially oriented business. So, tell us please about what is happening in the Republic. Thank you so much. Before every of my presentation, Valentina Matvienko usually says, if your presentation is bad, nobody will remember it. Yes, nowadays in the Republic, there is a good support for a non-governmental sector. And I would like to mention not socially oriented business only, while in 2022, the Ministry of Economic Development, they made their statistics, and it turned out that 1.5% falls for non-governmental sector. This is something we should be guided by. And let me mention some of the main milestones which we have in the ministries. We are an authorized organ which monitors all types of support and interaction. I will start with the property, Ministry of Property. You can see on the screen, this is essential. In terms of the Ministry of Land and Property issues, we provide discounted rate for the use of governmentally owned assets. Next area, I would like to mention grants. You know that for several years now, the Fund of the Republic, which was started as instructed by Mr. Radi Khabirov, we hold a competition, and it is important here that we support not projects for the events, but the projects which allow to establish new social venues. In 2022, we started a recreational home for 22 patients and new workplaces. Well, you shouldn't talk about social private business, but we should also mention a trend that social business goes to some other spheres with discounted taxation. We support municipalities who implement the program called a certificate of infant school children, and I would like to mention that the amount of money allocated for the given certificates, we can see that it grows year after year. Also, I would also mention that regarding sports, we have the budget of Republic allocates money for sports activities. We also implement by non-governmental organizations in recreational and physical exercise. People 60 plus who have implemented the program, the requirements of ready for trade and fit for labor and defense program. The business sheriffs are also developing this area, and I should also mention what we do in our institution in various spheres. First of all, provided social services at home. Back in 2015, we pioneered this, and we have transferred this service to a non-governmental area, and we implemented as part of social mandate, social procurement. More than 22,000 people, elderly people, are eligible for the service at homes. Then we work with the procurers of rehabilitation, technical means, and rehabilitation services themselves. I will give some numbers in the process of implementation of this project. In 2019, we had 33. Now we have 87 organizations who provide special appliances for rehabilitation, post-disease rehabilitation. The children with some physically impaired conditions, they can receive help. We also introduced in 2022 the new mechanism providing certificate to participate in pastime activities for the elderly people. Also, it's a new niche. As you can see, 5 organizations participated in 2022. In 2023, we have 49 already, but we wish the municipalities increased the tempo and more organizations and private businesses would go into arranging pastime activities for the elderly. I would add also to mention that we establish recreational homes for pensioners and disabled people, physically and mentally impaired. This means new workplaces, good. This is good for the economy, and this allows us, as the organs of power, who are responsible for working with the elderly, to decrease the burden and increase the number of people. You don't have to wait in line anymore to receive the service. Also, since we are pressed for time, I would like to use this opportunity. Dear business sheriffs, I would like to thank you for working together with our institution regarding targeted assistance under the social contract, social mandate, what we do in terms of private business and private agricultural projects, gardening. I would like to mention that this is actually not personal subsidiary plots is a good start. Many of them have grown into farmers' projects. Even in small vicinities, I would like to mention that the development of non-governmental sector is important as a trend to transfer state services into non-commercial organizations. It will continue. This means that the quality of life of our citizens improves, and this allowed us to go from the 25th place, which OC, now we're in 12th, as per the results of 2023. And as Mr. Khabirov says, you can see the statistics. I think I'm sure we will be in the 5th place this year. Thank you so much, Olga.
So thank you for your presentation. So this is a starting point for, we have a franchise for independent stores. So Mr. Sheriff, we would like to hear from you how this works. Yes, you can manage your presentation with a clicker. So you have the mic. So good afternoon. I'm happy to greet you at this event. So I represent the company Expert for Business, and I would like to introduce the franchise for independent stores called Okolo. So nowadays the X5 Group is the largest retail company that manages all the stores that cover the majority of the territory. So our profit for year 2023 is 3.1 trillion people, and we have so our franchise is expected to attract more partners to join the loyalty system. So we have an agreement signed with the major banks in Russia to support small and medium-sized businesses in Russia. So the project X5 for Business, our Okolo franchise is a part of this system. So it's a flexible franchise with a freedom of choice for independent stores. So the partners are not bound by choice of partners, because the final decision is to be made by the partner. So there are no charges from the partners. We conclude a contract for 6 years, and it can be terminated at any moment of time without any fees. So we provide equipment, many types of equipment, and commercial materials in the total of 100,000 to 2 million rubles for an. So the partner gets the. For the partner, it is available to. For effective supply of franchised magazines, we distribute food and alcohol in the Republic of Bashkortostan for more than 10 years and gained enough experience for that. So can I ask you to highlight just the main points? Because we have. So the franchise is for stores for small stores, for cafes, alcoholic stores, and we give ideas and to expand the range of products and provide information. So as for the definition of prices, we give recommendations to for the prices and the established procedures for definition of prices. So we also provide pick-up locations for micro-business. As for IT solutions, X5 is in partnership with Evator company, and it helps to solve all the tasks concerned with the flow of commodities. And we have this IC platform, and we cover it too. So the set of equipment for the stores includes all the necessary, the cashier monitors, 2D scanners, scales, bank terminal. So more than 100 independent stores have joined the franchise in the Republic of Bashkortostan in a majority of regions. So the result is that this franchise is not for cities, but for small settlements and small businesses. So 17 stores of Palushka also collaborates with this program. So we provide special conditions for the partners in the Republic of Bashkortostan. So we have deferred payments, provide consultations, integration in X5 Club, and we also help to buy trade equipment. So that would be all, and thank you for your attention, and you can see all the contacts on the screen, and you can contact us at any time.
Thank you so much. This was Vladimir Shiryaev, the Regional Development Manager for X5. Now we have Evgeny Kirpichev, the Head of Legal Department of the MSP leasing, discounted leasing, equipment leasing. That's what they do through MSP Corporation. Exactly so. Good day. Regarding discounted leasing programs, I represent discounted leasing programs and products of the leasing company for the support of small and mid-scale business. We are in Moscow. This joint stock company is a daughter company of the Federal Corporation of MSP, which means small and mid-scale business. Our mission is to promote governmental policy with the priority of discounted leasing of equipment, since leasing today is viewed as one of the key tools to attract investments to the main capital. And with limited budget financing, we allocate resources to modernize, to upgrade, to overhaul productions the production assets of treatment companies. That's why, briefly, regarding our project, in 2024, our joint stock company gives you two products. The one of them is called Priority Plus. We support small and micro businesses to develop their treatment business. We have diversified pricing depending on the origin of the equipment, and the cost of amortization depends on the manufacturer. Domestic equipment has 1.9 expensing, and for foreign-made equipment, the percentage of price growth is 2.6%. This year, the total financing will be 4.5 billion rubles will be allocated. Program number 2 is called Priority. This includes tourism, healthcare, science, sports, creative industries. This also mid-scale companies can apply. The cost of the program is 8.2%, and totally about 3 billion rubles will be allocated to the program. Discounted leasing is available for small and mid-scale companies who are registered and who operate in the territory of the whole Russian Federation. And I would like to mention that the subject of leasing is only new, brand new equipment, machinery which wasn't pre-used. You can apply through online platform msp.rf. In the final slide you can see the QR code. You can use it, and it will guide you to our online form. May I have please my next slide? These are the advantages. The term of leasing is 7 years maximum. Maximum 13%, maximum 84%. Advance payment 0%. And you can also apply for the regional warranty. In other cases, 10%. The first installment only happens when you sign the acceptance certificate, which releases the burden on business. The company who applies to leasing, they begin to pay the installments only once they start their production. The maximum amount of allocation, minimum 500,000, maximum 50 million. And I have a request to business sheriffs, the representatives of businesses, that by implementing, when you apply for the program through the digital platform, you actually anyone staying in the territory of Russian Federation may apply. You don't have to travel to do the paperwork. You upload all the documents, all the paperwork online. And there are restrictions in terms of operational activity. This is a novelty. Well, a businessman may have 0 months starting from its activity if they have a guarantor. Next slide, please. Speaking about the truster, you can use a truster. Well, in the first place, we provide discounted leasings to the companies who are involved in treatment and also tourism, creative industries, healthcare. And we don't finance vehicles, self-propelled machinery, wheeled machinery, equipment for retail and wholesale, sea, marine vessels, aviation, aircrafts. This is not included in the program. Here is the QR code. Please, we will be happy to see businessmen from Bashkortostan among our clients applying for leasing, and we are ready to provide discounted leasing support. Thank you so much. And don't forget, be patriotic. Don't forget about our regional leasing program. You're welcome to participate. And of course, I encourage you to use the largest institute of support, the MSP Corporation. And last but not least, free online platform of the fund, Promote Business, and we have the director, Ms. Husaitova, the CEO. Let's give the floor to her. Just 2 or 3 minutes maximum, please.
So thank you for giving me the floor. Good afternoon, all the participants, our colleagues, business sheriffs, entrepreneurs. I'm happy to see you on this event. In the frame of All Russia Investment Sabantu is our Rally 2024, our fund of development of small businesses is one of the oldest in Russia. It was established in 1999, and over the 55 years of experience, over this time, we have implemented and created the key measures of governmental support that implemented in the Republic of Bashkortostan. Nowadays, we continue to generate new opportunities and new means of support for small and medium-sized businesses, for entrepreneurs, for persons that only think about launching their own business. So last year, we implemented cluster system that has 14 branches, 14 lines of support to entrepreneurs. And this system proved its efficiency. We created 6 centers for business, a center for support of, center of business news, and all the centers that conduct service and to receive feedback from you, analyze this information, and to generate the offers to our officials. We also generated tools and groups for business. So tools for business, it's feedback channel when entrepreneurs can apply can attend our experts. It's media center that we use to raise awareness among our entrepreneurs. It's calendar of business events that enable our entrepreneurs to receive this information about business events in the Republic of Bashkortostan. And we also give information and receive feedback. So communities for businesses, it's partners, investors, and bank projects. So you see our foundation is generating new ideas, new opportunities for entrepreneurs, and we view our mission is to do this. And in recent time, we see the rise in interest to the new system of taxation for special tax systems, and we communicate, and we see that these people don't have a limited availability to these ideas, education programs, accelerator programs, business events. And so we provide, we accompany them, and we help to grow. And we see some financial limitations in order to go to large marketplaces. So we implemented and we tried to launch this project for small and medium-sized businesses. This is an online platform that it's called Promote Your Business. This is a platform consisting of 2 sections. First is a marketplace You can register on a platform, and it is easy to use this platform, and it is free for all the participants. So all those who registered on our problem, they can create their own accounts, and they can download all this information about their products and services. So we have 13 lines of activities, the most desired ones. It's beauty industry. So it's a wide range of activities, and everyone can find something for themselves, and they can create their own profile. They download their photos, all the descriptions, and they use this platform to so we do not interfere. So the buyers, they communicate directly to the supplier. So the second section is a marketplace of business contacts. It's for small and medium-sized businesses. So all the entrepreneurs that come to us, come to our events, they generate their own profile, the profile of their enterprise, to create the description. And we have a line of activity, cooperation between municipalities. So it is easy for you to find business partners and implement your projects and to distribute your goods and services. So business sheriffs are the key. So the key subject between the population and the officials that provide governmental support measures. So we will be happy to see more people that use our platform, because we see that in large marketplaces you have to pay large amounts of fees, but our platform is free, is very available. So we try to contribute to this interaction between the population and municipalities, and business sheriffs help us in this direction. So this year we will conduct a contest for business sheriffs who are present here today, and our foundation provides a financial award to the winner of this contest, and this contest will be conducted as a business game, and entrepreneurs who win in their own nominations, 3-4 entrepreneurs will be given a certificate for online training in the leading university of our country, Plekhanov University. So thank you. You can see that you can really promote your business. So thank you, all the participants, for this productive session. Now we have a break for lunch, but in 13:45 we will meet in this hall again, because our discussion will be participated by the Prime Minister of the Government of Republic of Bashkortostan and many other guests that will present their speeches, and we will discuss many other interesting topics. So we will see each other at 13:45. So we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Participants of the forum, I am happy to see you at the first stage of off-site session, Business from A to Z, here in Bashkortostan in the town of Sibay. Today, the panel discussion will be an open dialogue with public authorities and institute support institutes. We have the CEO of the Foundation for Support of Small and Medium Entrepreneurship under the Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Tourism of the Republic of Bashkortostan, Eliana Saitova. Before we get down to the agenda, I am inviting the person who will open our event, the Minister of Entrepreneurship and Tourism of the Republic of Bashkortostan, Zuhra Gordienko. Once again, good afternoon. The ministry is widely represented today by the participants of the forum. So that's why you should really get into what we're talking about. Indeed, public officials are used to good words, and we will keep celebrating and congratulating one another. However, we live in a challenging time. When we are required to have more entrepreneurs, we realize that we have to encourage them in a certain way. We realize that our entrepreneurs are exposed to very unfavorable events happening in our country. I would like to emphasize that we have to put more attention into and contribute more into already existing entrepreneurs. Dear colleagues, we need to pay our attention to young people who are coming back. We have to keep working and keep running to avoid losing our potential entrepreneurs. I would like to express my gratitude to the foundation because they do not receive any subsidies, they do not receive any funds or budgets, but they work upon their own initiative. They're self-funded. And I am convinced that Eliana Saitova and the foundation will show a lot of initiatives that they developed. I would like to say a few words about the good agenda. When myself and the Counselor for Entrepreneurship revises the problems, we see that entrepreneurs who feel suppressed or who feel obstacled, they feel free to refer to the president and to the government of the Republic of Bashkortostan. And I guess that such an approach should become more popular. We want other people to understand clearly that the business in the Republic of Bashkortostan receives support. That's our task. It's not the information department of business sheriffs that has to do it, but us. We need to be more active, and I'm encouraging you to be active sustainably all the time. Every month, you should report of what you have done for the sake of entrepreneurship in your municipality. The ministry that I consider the richest one is something that brings people joy and profit. So that's why we have to be the leaders of it all. Thank you for being here. I'm giving the floor back to you. Enjoy the event. Visit our stands and benches. Feel free. Dear participants, feel free to ask questions. We have many representatives who will answer your questions. So, as Bashkir say, Alga Bashkortostan. Thank you very much, Ms. Gordienko, for such encouraging speech. So, let's get down to business. Before we start our business tour, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for your work, for your contribution, because thanks to you, the entrepreneurship in Republic of Bashkortostan is developing and contributing not only to the Republic, but also the Russian Federation. Let me tell a few words about our project. From A to Z is not just a business tour, it's a mission that in 2023 covered 6 zones of the Republic of Bashkortostan: the South, Trans-Urals, Northwest, West, Central, Northeast, parts of Bashkortostan, and involve small medium businesses, self-employed individuals from 58 municipalities of our republic. Last year, the business tour from A to Z involved over 1,500 people and attracted over 60 experts, trainers, coaches, representatives of regional and local municipal public officials. We held over 30 events, such as strategic sessions, workshops, and various activities for business communities. Today, we are proud to say that the business tour is a second-to-none project which is applied nationwide, and we cover a vast territory, every corner of Bashkortostan, because every entrepreneur is important for us. I am often asked if we imply certain meaning under our business tour from A to Z. Of course we do, because our event is participated by entrepreneurs from Aurgazinsky to Zyanchurinsky districts. And that's why this project is called From A to Z. A is a proud first letter of the alphabet. It's ambition, it's avant-garde. What other associations do you have with letter A? We can add it to our senses, to our meanings. What associations do you have? Like actual, alga means forward, accurate. Z is the last letter of the alphabet, but it undertakes the logical finalization of something, the core of something, the anchor of something, the completeness of something, clarity. For a successful business, it's important to be brave and decisive. It's important to deeply understand what's going on, analyze and clarify things. These are the meanings that we imply under From A to Z business tour in 2024. The organizing committee of the business tour is the Ministry of Economic Development, the Ministry of Tourism, and Entrepreneurship Agency for Development of Entrepreneurship, My Business, municipal offices, associations for SMEs, and the Department for Support of Self-Employed Individuals initiatives. Let me introduce the speakers of our panel session. Alisa Gibadulina, Deputy Minister of Entrepreneurship and Tourism of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Ms. Gibadulina, we're happy to see you. Olga Kabanova, Deputy Minister of Family, Labor and Social Security of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Rustam Gizatulin, Deputy Minister for Land and Property Relations of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Vadim Utyashev, Director of the Agency of the Republic of Bashkortostan for Development of Small and Medium Entrepreneurship. Anver Karimov, CEO of the Foundation for Development of Industry in the Republic of Bashkortostan. Azat Khairulin, CEO of the Regional Leasing Company of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Oleg Mogilnikov, Acting Head of the Bashkir Microcredit Company. Aygul Abdrahmanova, head of the My Business Center of the Republic of Bashkortostan for Entrepreneurship, and our business sheriffs, entrepreneurs and self-employed individuals from Sibay.
Все отлично.
Happy to see you all. Абзелиловский district,
Здесь отлично. Баймакского.
Баймакский district,
И здесь тоже Белорецкого.
Белорецкий district,
Бурзянского.
Бурзянский district.
Здравствуйте.
Hello.
Зианчуринского.
Зианчуринский district,
Все тоже здесь. Зилаирского.
Зилаирский district,
Отлично. Хайбулинского.
Хайбулинский district,
Здесь и здесь, да. Учелинского.
Учалинский district.
Видите, какая обширная
We have such a wide geography of our business tour. I am so impressed. And it's just the first event. We have many zonal events planned, like 5 of them. And we will reach out to every municipality and tell you everything about the state support measures.
деловой повестки. И
We go down to the business agenda. We have our speakers and representatives of the regional public authorities and support institutions for entrepreneurship will tell you about the state support measures both on the local and regional level. And the concept of our business tour is the open dialogue. That's why, dear sheriffs, dear entrepreneurs, can feel free to ask any of our speakers different questions. Our event is 25 years old this time, and the first anniversary event that we open our business year with is the business tour. We have developed new concepts. If you took part in our events last year, you can feel free to participate in Business Tour 2024 because we will introduce more new activities. In the lobby, you can find the site for business presentations, and when you signed up for the forum, you could tell that you wanted to present your business. For the best presentation, we have an award for this site. The foundation will give you a prize, a certificate for online training in the Russian Economic University, named after Plekhanov. Such a prize will be a good encouragement for the best presentation of the business at the business tour site. Then we'll have traditional workshops. It will be Sales 2024, how to form an efficient team. This is the event arranged by the head of the business school. Our event is one large networking site. You can feel free to find new contacts, find new partners, and develop your businesses and municipalities. I am encouraging you to be active and ask questions and take an active part. Let me speak shortly about the foundation. Maybe you missed this information. This year, we focus on 3 main vectors. It's a triad. This is business activities, forums that we arrange, events for entrepreneurs. Business education is another important thing that we pay special attention to, and that's why we are working on the entrepreneurship school under the Agency for the Support of Entrepreneurship. Now we also launched the beta version of the online portal for self-employed individuals. It is the site for self-employed individuals where they can sign up for free and place their information about their product. They can sign up and have their own personal account, and the users of this portal will directly contact the self-employed individuals and buy services or products from them. The second section is the pool of business contacts. where entrepreneurs can publish their business card and tell about their activities. This is what I wanted to start with. When you register, when you sign up, you could assess the knowledge about the state support measures. After you finish this event, I am inviting you to scan the QR code and assess your own knowledge about the state support measures and find out how they changed with regards to the information that you gained today. This year, Bashkortostan is a leader for support measures to SMEs, and it is listed as the top 10 in nationwide. The Ministry of Entrepreneurship of the Republic of Bashkortostan is implementing a range of programs aimed to support the SMEs and self-employed individuals. What are they? What are the programs? Which ones are popular? And what are the peculiarities of taking part in certain events? I would like to give the floor to Olesya Gibadulina, Deputy Minister of Entrepreneurship and Tourism of the Republic of Bashkortostan.
Good day, dear participants of the forum, of the third international forum of business sheriffs, and with your approval, I'd like to give an explanation of why this type of format takes place right now. Participants, I don't remember, I think they were from the Belarus. They say that you conduct a lot of practical work with different entrepreneurs and about the measurement of the public support, and they say they need to understand practically life of what is happening. And we decided that during this forum of these business sheriff forums, including the business sheriffs themselves and the entrepreneurs and the participants from the regions of the Russian Federation, we would like to give you a full explanation of what pool of work do we use in cooperation with the entrepreneurs, with the different businessmen. They all know about the nuances, and they all have information on how to work with the government of the Russian Federation, and we also make clear about on the information about the government support. And some of our guests are still en route, and we will give another explanation, and we will discuss more about our work. And I'm opening the block of the practical part on the measures of the government state support that is provided by the Ministry of Tourism and Sport. And right at the beginning, I would like to highlight the common situation on the Republic of Bashkortostan. The government of the Republic gave us the task to make the plan of 140 TMC, and our dates now are being actualized and modernized, and by the 10th of May it makes up to 140.6%. And on the subject of MSP, we take 12th place, taking in mind main information. And if we speak about the amount of the self-employed citizen, this number increased, and the partial entrepreneur people, self-employment citizens have also been increased. And as you can see on the screen, these are the data on 10th of May, and why it is happening, and it's happening thanks to the measures of the government support. And these measures are federal and Republican co-financial co-finance, and this amount of these support measures allows us to increase the taxes on the same income. And if we're speaking about government support, and we would like to speak about the regional. And dear entrepreneurs, I'd like to tell you that first of all, it is necessary for you to pay your attention on the state program that is being realized within your municipals. And please raise your hands, those who knows their own business sheriffs. Great, that's a good job. And so address him in the frame of the municipal program, what kind of support you can receive. And I'm sure that your business sheriff will give you a full picture on what you can do and what you can count on. And furthermore, I'd like to tell about the state support on the small business and in the entrepreneurship. And if you are the social industry, please raise your hand, those who are considered to be a social industrial workers. And have you received the support as the social industry? And can you share your experience with the others? Was it easy to receive that support? No? It wasn't that easy. What was the biggest problem? The biggest issue? Okay. In order to start the education and the studies. So the social industry, first of all, it is necessary to start studying and start the investment, industrial entrepreneurship, and receive the subsidiaries. And those who conduct the lessons, it is happening, and of course the different funds also conduct studies. Was it hard to make up with the documents? No. Yeah, that's right, because when I hear these histories, like, it is very hard to understand the documentational part of the work, and they probably don't have that clear understanding of what is happening. So if you're going to face this situation for the second time, it will be easier for you, more easier. And I'd like to highlight some subsidiaries, like on the touristic field, that you know that Republic of Bashkortostan has unique opportunities to develop the touristic industry, involving the different sources of tourism, and the Republic of Bashkortostan, as it was highlighted before, are in the top 10 people who do this kind of work. And the competitions on the subsidiary on the beaches, you can see it on the website of our ministry, and if you follow our social media. And we are expecting for the new projects on the subsidiary on the glamping very highly. So please address us and address your business sheriffs and the different staff of the ministry, so they can give you a clear understanding and information. So the presentations, the business plan, the financial model of the projects, and I would like to pay your attention that all this knowledge on the forming of the base knowledge, it is easy to learn it from our organization and different development institutions and the entrepreneur development institutions. And what else I would like to say, that today, right at the beginning, Rustam Hamitovich, Prime Minister of the government, mentioned that on the decreasing of the priorities, projects, and it's good that you are picturing this slide, because all the so-called door frames have been decreased. And I can give you just a little bit of information in comparison. So in order to enter the priority projects, the amount of investments, even though it can be 10 million or 100,000 rubles, you can receive the priority status for your project. And previously it was necessary to be employed officially, and there was only like 5 or 6 workplaces, and with such projects also they're being expected, and during the investment hours or the meeting with the head of the Republic of Bashkortostan, Radi Khabirov. So, and business sheriffs, please feel free to address. So in order to leave some time for my colleagues, I would like to pay your attention that we have our staff of our funds and our My Business Office Center employees are waiting for you at the lobby. And if you have any further questions, you may go to the lobby and address our staff, employees. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such a detailed report about the support measures. Dear colleagues, dear entrepreneurs, if you have any questions, give a round of applause and raise your hand to ask questions. Use your chance, use this opportunity to ask the question that is bothering you. Thank you, Ms. Gabitulina. The Republic of Bashkortostan supports the entrepreneurs and businesses under the Ministry of Family, Labor and Social Security of the Republic of Bashkortostan and provided 27 billion rubles. Dozens of unemployed citizens of Bashkortostan have established their own businesses. The popularity of such support measure as targeted support is a record-breaking instrument which provides population with subsidies. As far as I know, the employment offices provide all kinds of support and consultation to unemployed population. It's a very seamless model. We are giving the floor to Olga Kabanova, Deputy Minister of Family, Labor and Social Security of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. It's such an interesting experience to be here for the second time, and it's such a different experience to be the first deputy, then as a deputy, so maybe next time. Okay, jokes aside. Let me go deeper into the details of the things I talked about today. I would like to draw your attention to business sheriffs, to entrepreneurs. I'm going to tell you something that I personally really enjoy and what I manage in our ministry. We have a social contract in our ministry, and why I love the support measure is because it's the measure that the state can use under the ruling of the President of the Russian Federation and spends a lot of money, because out of all benefits and all financial support, it is something that provides people with the opportunity to start their own business. Individual entrepreneurship and farming are the basis for different support measures.
ведем речь про
If it's a targeted
350 тысяч и 200, это
social support,
конечно, должно быть, что
if it's an individual entrepreneurship, you can get 350,000 rubles, and if it's farming, you can get 200,000 rubles. But it's important for these entrepreneurs to be
занятые, что тоже
within the lower strata of economic security.
предприниматель
An entrepreneur
свою деятельность,
can lead a business
иждивенческую нагрузку, то есть он параллельно является
and have a large family to support,
семьи. Мы
like to be a father with many kids. We understand that their profit is divided into the number of people in their family.
мы как раз здесь можем
And this profit can be
Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Вы знаете,
not enough, can be insufficient. In this case, we help.
вот долго рассказывать,
I'm not going to
чем
take you through the procedure
достаточно понимания.
because it's enough for you to understand that the targeted social support
Центр социальной поддержки
is within the social
это
support center and employment center of the Republic of Bashkortostan.
направления.
They work on this project.
Году
This year,
получение
if you obtain the social contract for individual entrepreneurship,
очень такая новинка, это
you will see a novelty. It's testing.
До этого это не было, то в этом году
It's something new. Before you obtain the social contract,
он проходит первый этап тестирования,
you get through the first stage of testing
знания по предпринимательству.
to make sure that they have basic knowledge in entrepreneurship.
Хорошо, дальше идет
If the person passes this stage,
в предыдущие годы.
they
Тестирование не
obtain the contract. If the testing is failed, we refer to My Business or My Business Support Center. There, a person can get trained for free and try again to take and pass this test.
Что здесь, наверное, еще в этом плане?
What is important here also is that
Мне нравится последний.
I really enjoy one thing lately.
Сколько же из тех
We managed to track
в соцконтракт,
how many people applied for the social contract.
длительность его в
And normally, a social contract lasts
части именно ИП, это
up to 6 or 12 months.
сопровождаем вместе с вами, да, бизнес-шерифов.
We use the help of business sheriffs to assist our new entrepreneurs.
Мы проводим
When the contract expires, we made estimations
55,
and detected
вот эта цифра даже была больше, остаются в этом
that 85% of entrepreneurs stay in this business
бизнес, потому что
because
открывали, как, к примеру, в Сибаре
people
лично была,
open different facilities and shops. I've been to these facilities. I know an entrepreneur who established a chess club,
уже гораздо больше.
and I know that this entrepreneur is developing their interest. The most important thing is to start, and for us is to support you. We found a facility for this entrepreneur. We invested even less money than 350,000 rubles. But what I want to say is that
Это программа рынка регулирования труда
our ministry regulates the labor market.
гражданам. Мы
We provide support to unemployed people when they establish their own companies.
скажем, незначительные суммы.
Here, the sums of money are on the lower side,
Государственные структуры существующие.
but it's a certain support from the state, from the employment centers, and the employment centers consult people on how they could establish their own business, and we provide them with a small financial support to encourage their activities.
Из самых, значит,
One of the most substantial services is social services.
говорила в первой части.
In the first part of my speech, I already noted that here,
Вот, понимаете, да, социальные услуги
social services
есть,
are not new,
чтобы не
and they will last for a very long time. Whatever changes in the world, the COVID pandemic or other alterations in the circumstances, there will be a category of people who will seek social services. Because we will always have people who need to be taken care of, especially our senior citizens. Maybe it's not a very good idea that our elderly people, our senior citizens, are growing in number in comparison to the birth rate. But we can undertake the niche-based approach. We can offer a social security industry that will work. I'm not going to dive into home-based services. I will tell you only about the new ones. We have entered the new pilot project. We are testing the municipal order. And now our suppliers, our vendors have an opportunity to attract more service consumers, because now the service consumer is the one who chooses which autonomous non-profit organization their municipality will serve them. Do you understand that? Our next step is not just a choice, but also the assessment of these vendors through the mobile app. When you are entering the service market, in the future we will expand our food delivery services like in Sberbank. But we also working on about the procedure, and we are working on the human factor, how to maintain this human factor. The state is allocating money to implement this. And also our social security services also introduced such an idea as the long-term care, and senior adults who need this long-term care will receive it, because such an industry will be supported by state. Speaking about the rehabilitation, I would like to say that the rehabilitation certificates for children with for physically challenged children will be available also for older children. Also, we are working with the vendors and suppliers to select equipment. These certificates will also apply to the participants of the special military operation. The cost of the certificate is nearly 53,000 rubles. It means that if you think about it, you will realize that today the healthcare center therapy in a good health center for 10 days will cost even less. I'm not talking about recreation, but I'm talking about therapy here. It means it is something that we really need to focus on, really to get along with. I understand that it's not very easy, and I understand that these services require compliance with certain requirements, but these are manageable requirements. Are there any requirements, if you mention them, to the vendors of such services? As far as I understand, this is the information for entrepreneurs. If you go to the website, if we go back to the previous slide, you will see that we have QR codes, and you will learn how to do it. We have a decree which lists the requirements to the vendors, lists their obligations. There are ideas of stationary and semi-stationary services. describe the stationary services are services which require certain circumstances. If it's non-stationary, it may not require these circumstances. If you want to learn more, please contact us directly. Contact our organizations directly. You can visit our Center for Population Services. Active long living is also another project that we launched and then upgraded. Many people from municipalities attended this program. You remember that we were selecting people based on 44 federal law and trained our senior citizens. During the pandemic, we couldn't implement this project because it was very challenging to do online. But when we finished this project, we realized that after the pandemic, our senior citizens realize that it is important for them to go somewhere, to contact someone. It's not only computer workshops or English classes. It was important for them to start singing and dancing again, to be really active. And that's why we introduced this certificate. Now our task is to increase its cost and number, and I hope that the Prime Minister of Bashkortostan, Andrei Nazarov, will support us. I wish he were here. Again, currently it's the most complicated project for our municipalities. We work on it together with the Deputy Minister, and I would say that we have very few organizations that would be easily involved into auxiliary education for children, but will not be involved in the auxiliary education for senior citizens. But I must say that senior citizens are very grateful and are very responsive. I have an example when, during the first year of this project in Ufa, I contacted one of our trainers who abandoned the program. I called her and asked why, and she said that people are ready to go for her workshops for money. So senior citizens used 10 classes provided under the certificate, and after that continued to pay. Also, we have educational certificates for training. It's something that you can get yourself. It is something where you can get more knowledge, more information. You can use the certificates to train somebody of your employees. You can have the right for some in-class workshops. It can be implemented under the PPP concept. We conclude concession agreements because it's a form of PPP. And here I would like business sheriffs to pay attention to the fact that all municipalities unfortunately still have facilities which used to be occupied by something, but after certain events they are no longer in use. So they can be applied somewhere else. They can be used for the social events. You can establish training centers which will always be crowded. All of these 5 facilities are packed. In every facility we have a little state order, but if it's not big, but it always helps us. For example, when we need to invite some more senior citizens, and for some reasons we may host our senior citizens, like a mom of participant of special military operation, because these facilities provide a really good care.
Ну и, естественно, что
Of course, here we have
небольшие требования,
some requirements,
но
but these requirements are manageable.
было бы желание,
The only thing that you need to have is
что сам
intention.
здесь, да, сейчас.
Да, Ольга Николаевна,
I'm going to scroll through. Okay, can we use your presentation later
спикерам тоже.
and share it? Dear speakers, please share your presentations with our organizing committee for us to hand it over to business sheriffs and entrepreneurs who want to interact with you. We want to deliver this information to stakeholders, and these are very good niches. We want them to develop, we want prosperity for them, and the more information we have, the better it is.
Понятно, что мы,
Of course,
к сожалению, с вами, особенно в последнее время, живем достаточно.
recently we are living in a challenging time. We've been living in a challenging time, and when we look back, and when we think about where we should invest, we realize that these investments are long to pay back. But it's a global trend. Population's getting older, and this is something we cannot change. All the demographic forecasts say that despite of birth rates going up,
В любом случае тренд старения населения,
the population
поэтому о граждан старшего поколения нам с вами нужно думать.
growing older is something inevitable. So that's why we need to consider this niche as something profitable. Maybe this profit is not very high, but it's profitable 100%. As a conclusion, I would like to say that I was reading the biography of Yuri Gagarin. I was very surprised. What was the most favorite word of Yuri Gagarin? Everyone says, let's go. No, he said, let's go when he already was going. But when he was younger, his favorite word was work. And that's why he managed to get to space and managed to say the most famous word, let's go. So let's work jointly. We are always happy to meet you halfway. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for such a very clear presentation, and because the measures of support that is done by your company as for the citizens and for the employers. This is a very high quality programs, very good programs. And as far as I know that Olga Nikolaevna, you also have gonna have a person in the area of consultings, and all the employers, they can consult. We can receive consult on how to attract new workers at your business. And I support you fully. And we do the researches all over the Republic of Bashkortostan. And currently, people afraid to invest their money. And the main ways of money investment is children and healthcare. And and people start to thinking what's gonna happen to them once they become elderlies. Of course, they do take care on their relatives and close people. That's a good approach, and it's very bright socially, even for the entrepreneurs. That can show themselves, and it's really rent profitable. Of course, it's a huge money, but they'll pay. So every subject of the Russian Federation have different measures of the state support concerning the land or the buildings and the real estate in the Republic. Our Republic became the leader in the quantity of the real estate and the estate for business and the MSP digital platform, and the service is directed to give support and measures of help for the entrepreneurs. Currently, there are more than 2,000 objects of real estate and land. And how does that service work, and how does it help? What kind of help does it provide for the entrepreneurs? And what else there is? Gizatulin Rustan will give us good information on the land and the real estate in the Republic of Bashkortostan. Good day, dear entrepreneurs, dear friends and the business sheriffs, dear colleagues. And business sheriffs are our friends, and they're on the second floor, and the first door is always open for them because they're not alone. They come not alone. They have with different people with different initiatives and projects. So we're discussing it, and we take some good, right decisions we make. Social economic development of the Republic depends on the efficiency of the state support, and we as entrepreneurs know about this very well. It's directed to increase the level of the real estate. Since 2008, regularly we conduct work on understanding of what free land, state land do we have, and square and further subjects of the small and big enterprises. Some of them can be provided for the use, for the long-term use, only for the subjects of the small and middle business. And this list also is being actualized and modernized. And as for today, in the Republic of Bashkortostan, we have regional passports of the regional projects in creating the good, fruitful environment and acceleration of the subject of the middle and small business. And our task of the ministry, the task of our ministry is to conduct it on the different municipals, to fulfill it on the free land, including real estate, to separate them, even the real estate that is freed, that does not belong to anyone. We do co-work in the cooperation of the fund of the development of the small business, and with our colleagues from the tourism ministry, they also do give us support on the projects on every level, up to receiving good results. And by 2023, the list of the municipal small and middle business have given 232 objects and 91 objects for the citizens, so 80.2 objects per everyone. And 2022, during the meeting of the ambassadors of the public authorities of the Republic of Bashkortostan and of the Russian Federation, and our republic has been considered to be one of the leaders in this field for the self-employed citizens. And in order to provide information on the real estate for the subjects of the entrepreneurship, we load up the information on our portal on the Republic of Bashkortostan. And in comparison with the beginning of the work, the amount of objects has increased, and it's considered to be as 89 objects that have been transferred. And by 2024, we have 27 agreements signed with the 21 subjects of the small and business. It's 31 objects. It's almost 9,000 square meters. Buildings for self-employed, employed citizens have already made agreement on the 4 objects. That is 19 square meters, and more than 940 objects of the municipal property have been given to the subjects of the small and middle business. 80 objects with more than 8,000 square meters have been transferred to the self-employed citizens. And as for the first quarter of the 2024, we have 85 agreements being signed, that were signed, 95 agreements. And the main thing is the support of the entrepreneurship society. And currently we have different deposits that I'll be discussing it more with you. And we do talk about this very often, and I would like to remind you about it once again. And the first deposit is it's a 3-year deposit, rent-free. It's, for example, first year you pay 40% after real estate value, and this amount for the 1st April of the 2024, our deposit has been used by 140 subjects of the small and business. And more than 109 square meters has been used by citizens, and 4 self-employed citizens have received 90 square meters. And these deposits considered to be like more than 4,000 rubles in the perks. And the perk tax deduction, that is approach to the commercial entrepreneurs and they have received special tax regime. We do give land for the citizens, including the subject of the MSP subjects. And by the moment, during the first 2 years, beside the objects that have been registered in the agricultural list of the buildings, and the 564 objects, we have 17 agreements working with the average and small business, that is more than 14,000 square meters. One self-employed applied for his own business, and the amount is considered to be 207,000 million rubles. So, and the third perk is in the frames of realization of legislation of the Russian Federation on giving the deadline space of the loan payment on the agreements of the fee-free projects for our citizens. And the fourth perk is that we have the rental objects order, registration order, and for example, if the person received the real estate and the money that he was planning to pay the rent, he can use this money to reconstruct the room or the building to fix it. So we have once determining the price, we do determine make the sales of the buildings and that are on the lands and that belong to the state, and land that is not being divided by state, we'll also give them or rebuying the rebuy of it. And dear entrepreneurs, for those of you who have any ideas to purchase land for your real estate, I'd like to give you one piece of advice. You have to be faster, because since next year it's going to cost 50% of the total value.
The sixth privilege is related to individuals. We provide privileges for them. If you are an entrepreneur and an individual, you can also use it. You can have privileges for redistribution of land plots. If you own a land plot, you can extend it and get it at a lower price. Then we have privilege number 7. It's support of businesses undertaken by 629 decree of the government of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Pursuant to this decree, the government of the Republic of Bashkortostan adopted 996 ruling, which implies all the activities that this support measure applies to. Under this privilege, you can rent a land plot without bidding. This list keeps getting extended and expanded by the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Bashkortostan. We listen to our colleagues and their advice in these terms as well. You need a business plan, you need a location, a land plot, and this land plot should be registered with the cadastral service. You send these documents to the central office of our institution, and within 2 months, the land plot will be allocated to you without bidding. We have only one but. We needed to secure ourselves, and the agreement for rent says if you deviate from the business plan, from the project, if you changed your mind in terms of this business, the agreement will be terminated, because we retain the right to unilaterally terminate such an agreement. We prefer working with faithful entrepreneurs. That's our principal foundation, and these terms were extended for 2024. Business sheriffs should be aware of it. They should get this information across to the entrepreneurs. The Ministry of Agriculture is also supervising these activities, for example, for the furniture cluster. If you're interested, feel free to obtain this information. But this privilege, all in all, is very favorable. Since 2022, we signed 367 agreements worth covering 38,787 hectares, which imply the scope of investments of 23 billion rubles. This year, we have signed 69 agreements covering over 4,000 hectares with the total scope of investment of over 2 billion rubles, and I guess this as a substantial support that entrepreneurs can get. One more thing to make the situation more clear. Under the support substitution program, we provide extra support to companies that contribute to the implementation of this program. Briefly, this is what I wanted to tell you about the privilege. Thank you very much for your report. Can you answer one question? The Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Tourism of the Republic of Bashkortostan has a reliable network of companions, business sheriffs, partners. Where can they refer to in your organization to ask about property programs, land programs, and other related relations. Thank you for this question. I am the curator, the coordinator of local land plot and property relations office. That's not a legal company, it's our department. So entrepreneurs and business sheriffs can feel free to participate in investment hours and apply to our local office. It's the local office of the Land and Property Relations Ministry of the Republic of Bashkortostan. I want to point out that these are not companies. These are our official representative offices. These are our official departments. If you have any question, you know where to go. You can, if you fail to settle your issue there, feel free to sign up for an appointment with me. You know where to find me. My office is on the second floor. Thank you very much for such a detailed report and for so many pieces of information. I communicate with entrepreneurs a lot, and I noticed that the most pressing problem for locals is the issue of rent, the issue of facilities, the issue of sites. And that's why I really appreciate your openness. I appreciate that you shared your address, your contact information. We made a deal with the distinguished Deputy Minister that he will participate in other events of our foundation, and we will have 4 more events in different regions of the Republic of Bashkortostan. We are happy to have such people like you sharing the privileges that your organization offers. Indeed, we have so many support measures, both for entrepreneurship and tourism and other industries and spheres. The key objective of A to Z Business Tour is to tell about different support measures and different toolkits. It's impossible to cover all of them with this one tour, so we are trying to navigate you around, trying to give you the foundation and give you the general outline of what the state does to support entrepreneurs. We continue along our agenda. I would like to give the floor to our institutes, to the infrastructure of entrepreneurship support. Every region has My Business support centers, and our republic also has such an office. It is coordinated by the Agency for Entrepreneurship of the Republic of Bashkortostan. That's why we are inviting the Agency of the Republic of Bashkortostan for Entrepreneurship, Vadim Utyashev. It is the key support institute for our region, which provides both financial and non-financial support. There are many programs, the warranty fund, non-financial tools. So, Mr. Utyashev, you are having the floor. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Good afternoon, dear participants of the Business Tour from A to Z. In the first place, I would like to congratulate you that our joint project really set off, and is now held at such a high level. Our business tour is participated by our distinguished international guests and guests from other regions of Russia. I find it as the benchmark of success. I am convinced that our practice is one of the best ones, and I hope that it will be extrapolated. Speaking about our agency has 2 main directions of work. The first one is My Business Center and the warranty support, because we are warranty holders of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Speaking about the My Business Center, in the first place, it's consultations. Our front offices are people who contact the entrepreneurs in the first place. And it's very important to encourage entrepreneurs to move forward, not to distract them, not to drive or scare them away. So it's a very hard task to accomplish. And all our My Business centers are established in the manner that will encourage entrepreneurs. The second task of My Business Center is specialized services such as developing a website, promoting goods at marketplaces, various certifications for products, promotion of products through mass media and advertisements. I will tell you more later, and I will give illustrations to my words. We will also have another speaker speaking about marketing and promotion. I would like to tell you that our doors are open for every entrepreneur. We established the 13th office in the Anchurinsky district. We covered all towns. We are represented in every town, and we are trying to cover all municipalities. When the Ministry of Economic Development of Russia launched this program, they realized that my business should be a nationwide brand. And in the first place, My Business Center should be established only in a town whose population is over 100,000 people. But we decided to deviate from this tradition, from this rule. The government of the Republic of Bashkortostan decided that we should have as many centers like this as possible. We have centers in Kigach, in Karadelsky district, in Anchurinsky district, in Uchalinsky district. All of these are municipalities with a population under 100,000 people. Our centers provide services for free. We are open to our entrepreneurs. We ask them, we encourage them to attend our venues, our sites, our events. We are always happy to see them, and we keep encouraging the business sheriffs to invite the entrepreneurs and arrange their events at our facilities. I guess it affects favorably their relations with the entrepreneurships. Speaking about the Warranty Foundation, let me give you a few figures. Last year, we supported over 350 companies, provided warranties for them. The warranty was worth 3.8 billion rubles. Entrepreneurs managed to invest over 9.3 billion rubles of loans, and all of this money was invested into the economy. Last year, at one of the first meetings under the business tour, the entrepreneurs asked, what can we do if we don't have an opportunity, a chance to visit the business center to obtain documents? Can you go digital? Can you allow digital signatures? Of course, we responded to that. We studied this issue last year and this year and carefully built up this system. We invited outstanding IT specialists to establish these processes, to build the software for us. In collaboration with the Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Tourism, we launched the new regulations. These new regulations significantly simplify the procedure and shortens the time for consideration of the project. We gained more new opportunities for digital signing of agreements without having the parties in situ. This year also we introduced the sole decision-making for warranties if this warranty is under 10 million rubles, and I guess it will facilitate the processes even more. We have over 20 partnership organizations. These are credit organizations, and most importantly, the infrastructure organizations such as Industry Development Fund, our partners as well, also provide warranties for businesses when they provide equipment under leasing conditions and cover over 50% of the cost of the equipment provided under a leasing agreement. We have the Bashkir microcredit companies. All of the leaders of these institutions are here today. The top leader for credit support is Sberbank. It is something you cannot object, and you will see this also on my slides. What I want to say is that you can feel free using our centers. And I would like to give the floor to Aygul Habib-Rahmanova, and she will give you more details.
Thank you very much. So who remembers what measures, state measures, our agency provides with non-financial ones? Advertising, popularization, consulting, promotion, website development. That's all correct, Vladimir Irikovich. We'll show everything in pictures. So we would like to welcome you. Vladimir Irikovich, please don't go too far. Maybe. Please, can we start from the beginning, please? Now let's go back, please. Can you switch on the second slide? So, good afternoon, dear colleagues and dear entrepreneurs. Please raise your hands. Those who are self-employed, entrepreneurs, and the rest. Who are the rest? Are they planning to become entrepreneurs? I hope. Great. To be honest, entrepreneur support system is built different. We have a team that provides support, and once when we started the support center, that happened a very long time ago, I counted more than 30% of companies are involved in organizing of this company and that are created with the support, thanks to the support or some social organizations, and I needed to understand what and everyone does. That's true, and it is how it is, and every one of them have carry their own function, and of course, there are ministries that are aimed to develop the social block, tourism, innovations development, export. All these raves have their own projects, and they keep realizing their own programs with the help of the state support that you heard today. If we're talking about the agencies on the Republic of Bashkortostan, since 2019, we are one sole authority that works and gives the help, and we also work in the frame of the national projects of the entrepreneurship, and we wanted to unite all of this information on one platform with all that covers all the types of support, regional, governmental, federal, and all the necessary information can be received there. It's like a multifunctional center, only but for business. And that platform helps to young entrepreneurs to receive all the necessary information to keep working. And these are created all over the territory of the Russian Federation, and we do cover the federal financial, and we are created by the Ministry of the Sports and Tourism, and we have two approaches, like Vadim Irikovich mentioned, financial and non-financial. So where are our slides? Dear colleagues, we wanted to talk about the non-financial support that is happening at the My Business Center. So we work with the subjects of the small and middle business, with the self-employed citizens, and with the people that are planning to become entrepreneurs or the self-employed. That was one of the reasons why I asked that questions before, because we have different tools for each category of people. We have the consultings. We do conduct education. In order to receive the financial tools like subsidiaries or the social contracts, it is necessary to start education first. We do give the profiles for the business. We do conduct a lot of events and venues with funds and colleagues, with the social business unities and companies, and everything that is happening in the region for the entrepreneurs. It happens thanks to the support of the Ministry of Tourism and Finance. If we speak about the education, we have different seminars, short-term or long-term seminars, and long and short-term educations. And as you saw before, our educational programs with the young people, the accelerators on the social projects, and we do conduct education on the corporational line of the small and middle business in the Republic that is certified with certified coaches in the Republic of Bashkortostan. And once they were discussing that the AZ of the entrepreneurship, alphabet of the entrepreneurship, we did study it, and now you can constantly carry with the educations, and our colleagues do already know that it's necessary to receive the subsidiaries and support. All the events are being posted online on our website and right on our digital platform. So what do we have for now? So for the first time, we have the profile services. They're not that complex, but we indicate that this year we will start 8 complex services. Why 8? Because you probably have already seen that there is supposed to be 7, but there are 8 of them. And we used to have the popularization of the products and goods, and now it shows off mostly as the and all the services are being done for free, but the main support that you have to be you must be registered on our platform. And you have already heard about it, and not for the first time, and it's all over the Russian Federation. And all the help will be occur right on the platform. You have to be the subject of the small and medium business, and you have to be in the list of such entrepreneurs. And you have to check the tax income offices, and if there is a problem with some reports on your tax, you can also leave the register in our platform. And especially if you are hoping to receive financial tools. So may I say that I understand correctly that the trademarks that I'll be happening here for the first time, and for those who will receive the state support for the first time, only have to go through the MSP of the small and middle business. It's not like it's in Google tables. Please raise your hands, those who have been registered in our platform. If you want to receive the measure of support, this is the new conditions that you have to follow, and you have to be registered first in our platform, and then you have to apply, make an application. It's a registration certificate, it's a potential certificate, popularization of products, because the popularization will take 3 approaches. On a Bashin form, second one in Republic of Bashkortostan, and the following with communication and receiving the license of EDO system. And all these measures, we would like to pay your attention that they're gonna be occurred for the entrepreneurs and the self-employed only after the registration on our platform. Yes, that's what you wanted, our dear entrepreneurs. That was your inquiry, and we do hear your inquiries, and we try to put all our services on our digital platform. Sorry for the interruption, but the amount of space and place are limited. So if you do consider something, please do not hesitate, and please inform your business sheriffs, because as soon as all the information will be start, you have to give your applications rapidly and fast, and you have to be registered in our MSP platform. And also I would like to say that part of the services are being served with a co-financial part, considering the agricultural business, like a certificate costs like 40,000 rubles, and the 4,000 rubles are being invested by the entrepreneurs themselves on the platform. And as I mentioned before, we work with the self-employed citizens, and we have prepared all of our events that will be happening, and we do buy as the government, we buy the exhibition stand in Moscow or Yekaterinburg for the exhibition of your business, and the entrepreneur just not only participates, and of course all the expenditures like flight, accommodation and food are being paid. 1.52 million rubles are being paid by the state, and you have to pay only a small amount of money. And everything you have seen right now, or you haven't but heard, and you would like to check them out one more time, please go visit to our website and check all the information with all the list of events can be found right on the platform. And my business infrastructure is also given for free. It's a really high-tech room where you can conduct meetings, different business events. All you have to do is leave the application on our website. And the Department of the Financial Tools have been already mentioned before. That is the things that are necessary once there were no tax-free deposits. So this number, Vadim Garipich have already mentioned that this mechanism is really highly demanded. Of course, not all the financial instruments or including subsidiaries, microloans or leasing, they have their criteria that entrepreneurs have to face. First of all, you have to be in the list. You don't have to have any debts, and especially once you paid any commission, you have a debt of 1 cent or 1 kopeka. Because there were situations where all the package with the documents have been already gathered, and it was supposed to be transferred forward, but we weren't able to make it because prosecutors will stop and they will create obstacles to continue. So everything you have to do, you have to check whether you have any debts with the tax office or anywhere else. You have to face all these criteria first to receive the state support. So these are all the addresses, and all these addresses are also mentioned on our website. Please go register our digital platform of the small and small business, or you can check our hotline and give us a call, and our colleagues will give you all the recommendations and the navigation on the website, or they will help you to register, go through the registration process. And please subscribe to our social media, because we do post all our startups there online, and it is very important for people to know who are the first and what kind of work is going on currently. So Christina works currently with us today. She's a really experienced colleague, so if you have any questions, please address her, and she will help you to work on your project and on your issues. So thank you very much, Aygul Gabitovna. Please give her applause. Yes, and measures of state support are important, and they give all types of instruments and tools for the further work. And the compulsory works are the three, and they are following measure of state support appear to be in the frames of the national projects for the small and small business, and the entrepreneur initiative is very important, because you see, you can follow our logo on the banner. There is a federal support and regional support. And which one of you are subscribed to my business or agency's platform? Please, dear entrepreneurs, please raise your hands. Who is not subscribed? If you're not, all you have to do is it is necessary for you to go there and go through the registration process to receive all the modern actual information. And the Ministry of the support of the entrepreneur, my business, and the Entrepreneurship Development Fund. And to be honest, the places are limited. You will receive the information that we have the new applications coming, and once you receive that news, you will receive the state support anyways. And it's totally for free for any entrepreneurs.
In the Republic of Bashkortostan, we have this Institute of Support as a foundation of development of industry. More than 30% of loaners are classified as small and medium-sized businesses. And many entrepreneurs still think that this foundation helps only those who are large entrepreneurs or businesses. So please tell us which measures of support, which grants can be available to micro or small businesses. So, good afternoon, dear participants. So this is a good occasion because we start our traditional event, this forum of business sheriffs, and I'm very happy that we still here hold this event. So, and I hope that this event will bring many helpful and useful information to you to help you grow. So, I'd like to say a few words about our foundation. So, the main information is posted on our website. So, all the documents, all the requirements that make you eligible for receiving this state support measures. First of all, we're talking about manufacturing industries. Of course, we have some limitations, but we mentioned that we have a large pool of customers, and many of them are classified as small and medium-sized businesses. It's about 172 businesses. And you see that 116 projects are classified as this category, and a range of our customers have gone beyond this category and became large-scale entrepreneurs. So we're talking about financing, and so this service is also free. We give advice and we conduct inspections. We have a number of stages in our procedure, but it's quite quick. The maximum term is about 3.3 months, but in real life it's faster. There are cases when our client have some changes in the project that have to be fixed, and it takes a lot of time. But we try to do it in a few days. So these grants, this money are given subject to 3-5 years term. So it's a serious procedure, and it gives you the opportunity to get back on your feet and to start over. So these projects aimed at attracting investment, it means new jobs, and it all influences the life quality of us all. And of course, we have strategic aims to develop industry to increase the qualification of our experts, and we have all reasons to think that we are able to solve all the tasks in the nearest future, but we have a lot of tools for support of entrepreneurs. And we also focus on assisting entrepreneurs, even though it's not in the name of our foundation. And we want you to engage in this activity, and you will see that there is feedback, and it will be a good asset in developing your municipality. So some entrepreneurs may be worried about a lack of prospects in the future for developing their business, their production, and we also work on these tasks too. And we also have a problem of lack of education in business, but we're working on this direction too. So can you tell us a few words about some tools of support that are more focused on small businesses? Because today our business sharers have a very busy schedule, and we hope that they will be still here to hear the key aspects. So in the framework of our program, we have, you can see it on the screen, 4 programs of joint financing with the Russian Foundation. You can see that so we have a lot of participants in these projects, and we see that in our republic we have a lot of entrepreneurs that are classified as small or medium-sized businesses. So they're implementing small-scale projects, but they are also important for the economy of the republic. So our federal programs, we also work on them too, and we help to those who are preparing the documents to undergo this procedure. And they have some problematic moments, and we help to deal with them too. And it is sufficient nature. So we have our own projects that help a lot of entrepreneurs to implement their projects. So we can give loans from 5 to 20 million rubles. Of course, we have micro loan organizations that give loans that are less than 5 million rubles. So we try not to prevent overlapping with other organizations, and we make efforts to attract more financing. And the most important thing is when we qualify the projects, they have to undergo a special procedure, and we try to provide information about the changes in terms or conditions. And many of those who came this way with us, they say that it is a very favorable conditions. And the majority from 3 to 5 years. And I will say it again, that it is an opportunity to pay the interest, which is not a lot compared to others, and it is an advantage for you when you go through this procedure. So some branches of our activity, you can see it in the left, that was processed by Federal Foundation, and we accepted it, and we continue working on it. In the right, you see some additions, some alterations that were made in the program, because we have the situations when we have to alter them, because we process all the suggestions that come from anyone. So will you give access to our presentation? Yes, of course. So I have a question. What are 3 limitations for receiving state support measures via your foundation? And what are requirements or advantages? So there are no artificial limitations. Of course, there is aspects that have a limited range of action. Of course, enterprises or initiator of the project, it may be an entrepreneur or a global company. Of course, we don't consider the category of the applicant. So they have to be a perfect legal state. There has to be no bankruptcy or other proceedings initiated against the applicant. And of course, there have to be guarantee of the loan for the term. So these are not very complicated conditions. So they are very logical. And there are no conditions you have to be worried about. So even entrepreneurs can receive state measure support. And do they have any limitations in terms of a turnover? No, there are no limitations for entrepreneurs, and they don't have any requirements for the form of reporting. So when we look at the business plan and we look into the financial plan, they do the reports, and we try to make our approaches be the same as the federal ones. And I can say that it is very convenient to work with us online. You can see it on the site, register on the website, and then you can upload your documents and you don't have to go to office yourself. Of course, if you want to see somebody live and get the advice, of course, we can provide those opportunities too. So on the side of our business-to-business missions, we participate in them, and of course, they are in touch and they provide all the legal advice from start to finish. And in here we have our employees that can provide you with all the necessary informations, all the conditions that you have to pass to be eligible for state support measures. So I will continue. When we're talking about loans, it's the direction that our foundation working on. And it's a sufficient amount for the budget of our republic. So from the federal funds, we attracted almost 20 billion rubles, and so we use this money that come to us from the budget, and we're working on them. And we're planning on jobs in terms of 72 projects that we're running. And we're planning the amount of taxes together with the federal foundation, more than 30 million rubles. And so these amounts are defined by the applicant themselves when they register on our platform.
This is our geography in terms of discounted financing. The municipalities where we have supported projects, the numbers in circles, you can see the number of supported projects, and the color designation, these are the areas which the projects are implemented. As you can see, this is not well balanced, but I would like to say that in rural areas with no big cities, we also have them here. I think this is a good sign. And some other districts which are not covered, yes, please consider applying. Here is the table. You can see municipalities in a breakdown order. So from the most to the least, you can see Karmaskali, Sterlitamak region, and other districts which, as you can see, small and mid-scale businesses, they are actively implemented. Well, 116 projects supported for small and mid-scale businesses. These are the budgets, and it's equal to 20 billion rubles. The number of allocations of funds from federal, 5.6 billion, from regional budget of Bashkortostan, 1.6. Number of employees, almost 2,000. And total funds 12 billion rubles. A couple of years ago, as instructed by the Russian Federation government, and also we had similar practice in the Republic, we allocate grants to enrich capital assets. We issued 50 grants to purchase capital assets through banking loan. Also, we use the Republican grant support of investment projects. Also, we have an example when 2 grants were issued with the investment target. Corona company, furniture manufacturer, they built a great shop and they are actively and successfully developing. Also, about 2 years ago, we received as for pilot implementation to have the Office of Control of Industrial Clusters. This is a supply chain between various representatives of business. Now we have 11 clusters, and the administration of the Republic mentioned that many times. It's available in the region, in simple, plain words. So interpreters may unite and they may create a cluster. That's right, yes, you're totally right. These are existing companies. They establish strong ties, stable ties, and the participant of the cluster needs to defend the project and can ensure the development perspectives. The manufacturers of pilot products may have a subsidy, and then they are obliged to buy a certain amount of projects, and we have a stable link. Once we have a niche due to sanctions, when we have a deficiency of products or unavailability of a product, it stimulates people to actively take up the niche and start producing the products which are unavailable or deficient. Well, last but not least, we prepared a program. We have participants. We made it for the companies of Bashkortostan, support of industrial clusters. This is a possible measure. It exists on a permanent basis. These are the results. In 5 or 6 years, the total number of products which were supported by the fund by joint, and 42 million pieces of products were manufactured with the support of our agency. 9,000 workplaces established, and the amount of procurement from 35 billion 700 million rubles. This is the multiplication effect, which is very important and allows for other related spheres to develop. Those of you who are not manufacturers of products or you are related, you may render services and you may participate in this redistribution. Thank you so much for your attention. Andrei, thank you as well. Well, Andrei gave a very exhaustive explanation because he has a lot of support programs, as we saw, small and mid-scale companies. Also, one more thing, we kept saying that we have microloans, we have state microloan company. Well, I don't mean those fancy signs which invites you to take up a consumer credit. No, I mean public companies. I would like to invite the acting director, Alexey Mogilnikov, Bashkir Microloan Company. Tell us about the most demanded tools and products which your company offers. Greetings, dear participants of the meeting. I will be brief. I will explain about our activities. The product is very simple. We call it a microloan. It's very simple. Let me show you. So, this year we have an anniversary. We are 15 years old. In 2009, our company was established under the resolution of the government number 198. The Ministry of Private Business and Tourism was the founder. We also participate in the national project Small and Mid-Scale Business. We provide loans based on our rules. The eligibility criteria you can find on our webpage. These are the criteria. Not more than 5 million rubles for small and mid-scale companies, not more than 500,000 for self-employed persons. Well, you need to pay back. Well, we ensure our loans with 100% provisioning. You may use provisioning, or you may attract a warrantor. The term is 3 years, and the percentage rate is between 4 for self-employed up to 9%. It depends on the type of provision you provide for the loan. We provide loans to acting companies and beginner startups, which have been in the market less than 2 years. The applications we receive in digital form. It's 100% digital. Here you can see our numbers, the volume. We have assets of target financing, 822 million rubles. This is the amount of our capital which we use to provide loans to the companies. The total amount of loans provided increases yearly. The measures of state support are also increasing. The average APR in 2023 is 6%. The average amount, 1.5 million. Almost all the small and mid-scale companies in all the municipalities know about our tools, about our services. They're actively using them. Last year, in 52 municipalities, people used our loans. Usually, the average amount, 22.4% fall on manufacturing companies, and also in the second part of 2023, Bashkortostan is in the second place in terms of the amount of loans provided through the digital platform. We are completely digital. All of the applications, all the paperwork you do through the digital platform. Later I will show you the instruction. Starting from April 1st, 2024, we opened new offices through the multifunctional centers. You can go to, you don't have to come to Ufa or to other cities, large cities. You can go to the multifunctional centers. You can make an application. Lately, we opened in Ufa, Arkada, store, shopping mall Bakali, and Tatishli. We accept loans through our webpage. So go online, go to our webpage, choose a category, choose who you are. You are either a self-employed or small company, mid-scale company, and then you will see the eligibility criteria and the specification. So log in through Gosuslugi webpage, public services. You can access your personal account and your page, and this is where you file an application for a microloan. Here, you can also do a check, automatic check for stress factors, which influence your chances to receive a loan, and you can choose the project that matches your company best. This is the eligibility criteria, so you should be included in a register of small and mid-scale companies. You shouldn't have overdue payments under the loans. You shouldn't have outstanding payments in terms of salaries to your employees. Well, there are some other, but they are very specific. They are minor. Well, you should have positive credit history without overdue debts. We have discounted, we have privileges, beginners, startups, social entrepreneurs, businessmen who export, who implement projects in social sphere, charity, agricultural, cooperative farms, environmental protection, sports, culture, startups, young businessmen, members of special economic areas and advanced economic development areas, etc. These are the steps you need to take to apply for a microloan. This is all available online, so you can go step by step, filing your application. All the applications you file, you can see the status, the documents which you are required to upload, the stage you're at, and the final decision. You can track that. You can track the progress through our web portal. And then, what happens then? Once you get a positive decision, we send the documents to the multifunctional center. You need to show up, you need to sign the agreement, and we receive our copy, and then we allocate funds to our current settlement account. Then our loans, they are targeted. After some time, you need to provide a confirmation that you used the loan for exactly for the purpose which you declared. Here is the QR code with a link to our web portal. This is what you start with. This is how you start your application. Please take a photo. Also, business sheriffs, please take a photo. When businessmen come to a consultation, you just send them through any message of this QR code, and the businessmen, they may go to our web page and apply for the microloans. Thank you so much. This is it, Oleg. So please make sure, as a follow-up to this meeting, please provide us with the slides. Your service is 100% digital. It's 100% online. So businessmen, private businessmen, they may assess, they make an assessment and find out what would be the maximum loan that they can apply for with their status, with their eligibility criteria. The company has branch offices in 37 Karla Marxa Street, Ufa, and also we hold business tours, we provide consultations, just locally and on the phone. Great presentations, great measures of public support, and I'm sure it's demanded. And the APR of this amount, you cannot find it anywhere. It's very low, I think. Oleg, thank you so much. I would like to give the floor to Azat, CEO of the regional leasing company of the Republic of Bashkortostan, because the leasing programs, discounted leasings of the regional leasing companies, small and mid-scale companies, they may use them. Azat, so as far as I know, you lately came up with some new products. Please share with us. And please, your contact details, who we can apply to, and so that your experts, I can say that your employees, they do a lot traveling in the Republic, promoting and getting the people know about your products. You have a lot of contracts signed already. Please, you have the floor about the measures of support which your company implements.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Greetings, all the participants of this event. So we are the regional leasing company of the Republic of Bashkortostan. So we provide leasing services to the businesses of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Our main advantage is the interest. It's 3 times more profitable compared to other banks. And we provide those leasing services up to 3 years. And the total amount of support is 384 million rubles. And you can lease both equipment and other equipment, other vehicles, even planes and helicopters. So in 2024, we generated and implemented the Ijara. It is a leasing according to Sharia rules. So even Muslim applicants can receive a lease. So we are in the register of the central bank, and we have internal audit and external compliance according to Islamic regulations. So this year we implemented 3 deals into the total of 18 billion rubles, and we are working on prospect projects amounting to 154 million rubles. And we're planning to work with other republics, but we're working only the Republic of Bashkortostan, and we support our native entrepreneurs. So I would like to highlight that at the entrance we have our own space, and we give these brochures about Ijara and classical leasing. So thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear guests, dear entrepreneurs, colleagues, participants of this Invest Sabantui. So you already heard about key points of activity in our leasing company, and I would like to add some key aspects too. So who is eligible for leasing support? It's small and medium-sized businesses. So your company have to be in business at least 12 months. So if you created a legal entity, it also can be eligible, but you have to pass some criteria, and the base financial criterion when you apply for a loan is that the amount of financing does not exceed your income over the last 12 months. So this is the criterion for entrepreneurs, for individuals, and for companies. We also review the assets of the legal entity. So the next slide is about equipment. In February 2023, we extended the range of our products. So the general requirements, so the conditions are basically the same. And I would like to talk about the programs for monocities. So entrepreneurs of Trans-Urals, you have a fixed rate equal to 6% and the term of 84 months. And we talk about both equipment, special equipment, vehicles. So another product is sport and tourism. And we have refinancing of a leasing. And if you have any questions about it, you can call us and we will give you all the information. So the advantages. So you heard about two key moments is discounted rates and no need for pledge. So the first payment is due after 30 days after you accepted the equipment. So you receive the equipment, and only after 30 days, when you get your first profits, only then you have to effect the payment. So, dear entrepreneurs, is there anyone among you that has already used the benefits of this service? So, can you tell us, please, is it easy? Was it hard to receive the lease? What were the documents? Can you please step to the stage or take the mic and tell us this information? So, thank you very much. It was so we have long dreamed of this machinery, and only then we got to know that we have this opportunity to get a lease, and it was a big help for our company. So I would like to express my gratitude to the CEO, Khairulin Azad, so the CEO of this company. So what were the advantages? So we got 2 cars for carriage of bread. So I'm a bit nervous. So we have a bakery in our district, and we distribute our products. So in our region, in Baymaksky district, And thank you so much for this opportunity. So it was quick. So it took us a month to do the paperwork. So we came to Beloretsk to do the paperwork. So you applied to us and we tried to help you. So thank you that we signed the contract in your office. So the interest rate of 6%, yes, it is a very good number. And I'm very, very grateful. And I would be happy to work with you in the future. This service is in great demand, so thank you very much. Yes, our newest product is called Partner Financing Ijara Leasing. It was launched in April 2024 in order to implement the federal law. The project so it works according to Sharia principles. So there are a number of requirements for Islamic financials. So we do not provide funds for developing tobacco businesses or alcohol businesses. So I would like to highlight that in traditional leasing, the object of leasing is acquired after the contract. But in case of the Ijara leasing, you can obtain the object before concluding a contract. So the term is up to 3 years and interest rate is 10-15%, and we finance only the equipment associated with this product. And we have talked about it before, and thank you very much for it. So traditionally, we accept your applications via our website or using a telephone number that you can find in our website. So we do the paperwork and then we make the decision whether you are eligible or not for receiving this service. So I would like to add that I would like to highlight a high quality work of this company because they give all the information about the documents, about all the requirements. So thank you for your work and for your results. So the regional leasing company, thank you very much. So dear colleagues, so we're working 3 hours now, and over this time, and we still couldn't cover all the measures of state support that are implemented on the territory of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Yes, we talked about some key aspects that you have the general idea where to go and to see the variety of these measures of state support, and we continue our forum business tour from A to Z, and we're working on a number of venues. If you applied for the presentation, so we'll start in 10-15 minutes. And once again, I would like to say that the best presentation will be awarded with a certificate for online training in the leading University of Russia, Plekhanov Russian University. And we will conduct a number of workshops and a stand for consultation. So thank you for participating in the business tour. This is the first time we present this project to you, and we will be talking about further in other sites. and you will get more details about it. So thank you. I wish you a good day. So I would like once again congratulate you with the start of Zauralia 2024 investment Sabantui, and I would like to congratulate you with the Day of Entrepreneurship. So all those who are present here, thank you very much, and I hope we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon on our other platforms.